Hello and welcome to the Novastorm channel. We're a channel made up of three MechPilot VTubers. The three of us are all artists, and we work together to make a visual novel called Red Zero for this event called the Spooktober Visual Novel Jam. And today we are going to be playing through some achromatic visual novels. So that means visual novels that are mostly black and white or monochromatic. I picked out 4 visual novels for us to play through and experience. The first one being Death by Chocolate here, and yeah, let's get into it. Um, you can use exclamation point playing 01 to get the link to our first game here, Death by Chocolate. And let me read out the little blurb. So, life is good when you're a ghost cat, especially when you've got a group of amazing friends you can hang out with all the time. But life turns upside down for Pinky, a cat who gets resurrected by his owner. With no way to see his friends again, it's up to Pinky's idiotic friends to find a way to kill him and make him a ghost again. There is no music on like this main menu screen, um, as far as I can tell, but we'll see if there's music once we get into the game. Um, just a quick note, since this person or the dev is using the default UI, um, if you update this game, I would maybe recommend going into the main menu screen and getting rid of like the add whatever overlay image path that makes like this show up or like this portion of the main menu show up, because like it's blocking your beautiful chocolates text on the screen here. And by going into the main menu and getting rid of just that, you'll still have like the start load preferences of yeah, you'll still have all this if I can open the thing. Yeah, you'll still have like this side of the screen showing up, um, and everything else still show up. Just a little quick thing. Are you sure you want to return to the main menu? This is really cute. I really like the like taped on aesthetic there, and the little cat paw mouse cursor. We're gonna return. This game was made for Spooktober Visual Novel Jam 2023. Also, this sort of thing maybe put on like a splash screen. You can follow some tutorials to add splash screens to your game. Inky, Pinky, and Ponky were 3 ghost cats, each of whom had somehow stupidly managed to exhaust all 9 lives. This is so cute. They were the best of friends and spent their days and nights together doing all sorts of fun activities. Nudes. This merriment didn't last long, as Pinky was missed dearly by his owner, a little girl named Baby. Oh, Baby was not one to be trifled with, except for a dining room chair, a table, and pretty much any household object above 2 feet. Nothing stood in the way of her. Not even the inevitability of death. ABC of Necromancy, dark arts activity book, Necromancy for babies. Wow. It was this determination of hers that prompted Baby to first study the ways of the dark arts. Many sleepless nights and unaccountable bottles of milk later, Baby had finally managed to accomplish the impossible. Oh no! If you had like a little like cartoonish like pop sound effects there, that would have been cool. But yeah, I don't think there's no like sounds or music. Pinky had been brought back to life. Baby was Baby was thrilled. She had been reunited with her beloved cat. Life could not have been better. She had all a baby could ever wanted: a cat, instant diaper changes, and no enemies. What enemies would a baby have? Well, no mortal ones, at least. Baby will pay for this. Rest alive in peace, Pinky. How much did Pinky cost? Revenge was brewing in the hearts of these two cats. A murder was certain. Soon enough, death would come. Through chocolate. Tonight is the night, Punky. We teach that the baby a lesson. Are you sure this is a good idea? Of course it is. Do you think Pinky is happy there? Pinky hated baby. I know, but... But what? How do we know if it'll work? Fluffy has died more than 9 times. The concept of survival instinct is non-existent to him. It should be easy. That's why we're making these delicious chocolates. Isn't that what killed Pinky last time? Yes, it was. But it is highly unlikely that Pinky has gained an extra brain cell to learn from his past mistakes. Still, we need to spice it up a little bit, make the chocolates look good, but not too good. I mean, good enough for him to want to eat, but not so good that he remembers having eaten them before. But overall, still good and tempting, understood? Great. Did you bring all the stuff? Yep. I'll read out the items from my list to make sure we have everything. Okay. The like granny glasses almost. The old tray. Check. Sprinkles. Check. Bowl. Check. Extra bowl. Extra bowl? Yes, extra bowl. But why? You know, just in case. Just in case of what? Do you have it or not? Yes, check. Poison? Check. Gift box? Check. I found the prettiest one. Milk chocolate? Milk chocolate? Yes, milk chocolate. Right, milk chocolate. Milk. Do you have it? Well, I accidentally got white chocolate instead. Dots. White chocolate? That isn't even real chocolate. Sorry. Ah, never mind. We can't do anything now. We'll just make it with white chocolate. Cooking time! Oh yes, I think I forgot to put in the observatory, like, oh yeah, by the way, streaming, so wait, let me do that real quick. But white chocolate won't work. I mean, maybe it will. Okay. Okay. First we mix all the ingredients, then pour the chocolate into the mold, and then take them out when they're ready. They look so tasty. They do, don't they? Now all we need is to arrange them in the box. Ooh, I want to do it. I want to arrange them. Are you sure, Punky? There are many of these in different shapes and sizes. Yes, I can arrange them. Alright then, go for it. Ooh, spooky ghost moving things. Hello, Florissa. This one goes here. And this one there. Oh. Wait, this is so cute, right? Yeah, like these illustrations are like so cute. I just kind of wish there was like some little like ambient like background music. It's 4 a.m. gamer. Like it is like 1 p.m. for me. And I'm bored. Like I should be doing other things, but uh like I don't know, serotonin. get from playing visual novels. Twitch tends to hate me, so I may have to move to mobile. Oh no! Well, I hope you're able to watch stream well, especially when we get to yours.
Do you need some help? No, leave me alone. I'm almost done. Hmm. This one goes here. Done. Let me see.
Dots. Okay, we're gonna save.
Brilliant work, Picasso. Why, thank you. I was being sarcastic. Oh. We can't gift a box like this. Why not? I think it looks great. No, but just no. This atrocity must be undone.
Click and drag the chocolates to rearrange them in the correct place. I wonder if you should like outline this like times or like 2-point pixels to make that like more legible. Okay, so click and drag. This is so cute. I guess that one goes there. You go here. Oh wait, no, this. Oh, they snap into place when they're like in the right spot. Oh, another reason why I'm streaming so early is because Yoten, one of our VTuber friendos, is gonna play our visual novel Red Zero um in a few hours, so I want to be there to watch. Hope we touched all the chocolates. Guess we have to eat them now. Oh well. Yep, I guess they're all ours. Never mind that they have poison on them, because we're trying to kill the other cat, so we have our friend back. You go here, you go there. Wait a minute. Oh no! Oh no, it looks like we have touched the chocolates.
Why are some chocolates missing?
Oh no.
Why are you looking at me? Just admiring your integrity. Thanks. Let's get going. We need to drop this off at baby's place. And wipe that chocolate off your face.
Take one, please. Oh, shoot, I didn't read that. Here we are, house 310, the house of BABY.
Stay alert. You never know what kind of trap she might have set around here. Like elves? What? Elves. It says there on the sign that we need to take on elves. What are elves? Are they scary? Ponky, the sign says take one please. Oh. Wait, so that means free candy! No. But it says right there we can take one. That's exactly what I've been talking about. It's a part of her trap. Just look at the sign. She's asking everyone to take only one to save trap inventory. That way, she can target many people without losing stock. She may be a menace, but she sure is clever. So no candy. No candy. But it's Halloween. No. No candy. We're just going to leave our gift here and wait for Pinky to eat it. Ding dong.
I love this. Like the graphics and like the animation is so fucking cute.
Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Alright, that seems like a satisfactory number of times to ring the doorbell of a person you despise. Let's go hide behind that bush and see what happens, even though we're ghosts and nobody can see us.
Tiny footsteps approach.
Kuka?
Translation: What is this?
Oh no, baby got to the door. What do you think she'll do with the box? I'll bet she'll blow the whole world up into 1,000 pieces. She's capable of anything, that baby.
Baby took the gift inside. She sat and admired the gift box, which was quite evident, not for her. Not that it was uncanny for children to receive gifts, but Baby was so disliked by many that it would have been a real surprise for her to have received a token of affection. She opened the box, and the soft, sweet smell of white chocolate filled the air. The revelation was much to her disgust.
Googa, ga ga goo, ga, googa, ga.
White chocolate? That isn't even real chocolate! This is a disgrace. I refuse to consume this act of forgery. Here, Pinky, you might be one to relish the taste of this. It shall be enjoyed more greatly by you than I. This experience has raised my blood pressure. A nap is what I shall take, so as to lower it. Baby crawled away. Meanwhile, Pinky sat and admired the gift box, which was now evidently all for him. The admiration was followed by moments of deep reflection upon the gift and what he thought was the best action to take upon it.
Meow, 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 meow.
I eat. Wow! Pinky eats the chocolates. Suddenly, Pinky felt unwell. He was probably overreacting. It wasn't as though anything suspiciously bad was added to these box of chocolates. No! Da 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 da. It worked! Oh, hey, dudes. Did I just die? Again?
Pinky. Yep, you did. Pinky.
Sweet, thanks. I needed that.
Pinky. Yeah, we know. Being with Baby must have sucked. Pinky. Absolutely. Or no, absolutely. Baby would constantly inconvenience me in minor ways. She was the worst. Pinky.
Yes, Ponky, what's up, my dude?
Wanna grab some ice cream?
Totally. But before that, we better shift my body before beep, 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 beep. Baby tries to resurrect me again.
Oh yeah, good idea.
And so, the three friends, now reunited in death, set about to bury Pinky's body far, far away from the evil clutches of Baby. Slurping on their ice cream cones, they looked forward to an afterlife of endless fun. As for Baby, nobody knew what she was up to. Because nobody really cared. The end. Okay, that was really cute. I will say that the monochrome stream works well with the Halloween costumes. Now we just need a film grain overlay and a sound filter. I think that would be a little bit like distracting, but like making everything like or making most things like black and white, I think was pretty easy. But yeah, that was really cute. I really liked all the graphics and like the story is like pretty easy to follow. Um, if the dev watches this, they'll probably be amused by my meowing of Pinky or my reading out of Pinky's wonderful monologue. But yeah, minor things with like using the default GUI, and if you want to update this, like maybe add like a little bit of music. Like it could even be like one track that you find off some like royalty free site of like a looping like Halloween-ish track, like just something else, and then having like maybe some sound effects here or there if you want to um like make it like a little bit more immersive maybe. But yeah, the cursor is also like super cute. I wanted to do like a custom cursor, but I like ran out of time to do one. But it's so cute. Everything's so cute. Very good job. But we will move on to our next one, and let me update some of the stream stuff. So, the next one is The Widow's Shadow by Florism here in chats. And I will read the store description in just one moment after I get some after I get some stuff set up. Oh my god, I can talk. I will be honest. I made the theme for today achromatic specifically because I wanted to go through the Widow's Shadow. It looked very intriguing, from what I've like seen so far. Where is it? Oh, you can hear it, but there we go. And let me move some stuff around to make it a little bit bigger. Oh yes, so the last game that we went through was this one, but now we are playing through this one. So let me read the little description. Following her late husband's funeral, a widow laments her loss. The townsfolk's whispers surround her every time she leaves. Surrounds her every time she leaves the house. Rumors she cannot avoid, no matter how she tries. Yet, one night, everything she wishes to ignore will be laid bare as she steps into a twisted reality, one born from her own heart. Yeah! Welcome in! Welcome in, Edge System, and welcome back from making some tea, Florism. I just mentioned that, to be honest, I set up the theme for today's stream specifically so I could play this because I am intrigued. I specifically tried to find other achromatic visual novels specifically so I could play this, and I was a little bit impatient of like I could have waited a little longer before starting stream, but I want to go through VNs. They're so cool. I want to see what everyone else did. And thank you for the follow, Thorsum. But let's get into this. Yeah, we can see everything. Nothing is cut off. Okay, let's go. Death. In the end, it gets us all. It's an inevitability we're all aware of. Yet we try, hopelessly, to ignore it. The war exposed all of us to the fragility of life, leaving only carcasses of the people we once knew. Friends, family, lovers, gone forever. Even though the war ended a few years ago, its remnants are still felt. We try to return to our lives, to blind ourselves to the final fate of all. But in the end, death gets us all. And for some, that ending arrives unexpectedly, much earlier than it should. Shaken villager, I can't believe it. He's truly gone. I just visited his clinic last week and nothing was wrong. How could this happen? Never before have I met someone as caring as him. He was too young. May God bless his soul. It's true. He was the only one who actually took my illness seriously. Without him, I may as well be the one in that coffin.
You know, I've been wondering about his death.
Hush, his wife is coming this way. Dots. She actually...
Keep your distance, I heard.
Is that true? I knew something. The townspeople continue chattering behind me. I know they're discussing me, but their words grow distant as I look at the cadaver of my late husband. Hey, who stole all the color? I mean, there's some color in the chat overlay, because I forgot about that, but... Today's theme is Achromatic. Can't remember the game I played, but it was on itch.io about a marshmallow song up hot cocoa spa for other marshmallow guys. Welcome in, Minty, by the way. And hello, Hato. Welcome on in. Okay, let's see. His face no longer shows any signs of life, his skin as pale as the moon above us. It seems cruel that the world has taken such a beloved man and left his worthless wife instead. Just how am I meant to go on? A tear slips down my cheek and onto the casket. Without him, I am no one. I may as well vanish from existence. Wait. Okay. Oh, shoot. I want to go back. Okay, yeah, that's my eyes playing a little trick on me. Like, I thought there was, like, green here for a moment, but... Maybe it's just, yeah, it's probably just my eyes. Hello, Fluff Knights! As the whispers around me dissipate, the funeral continues. All the lilies and all the flowers. Only 3 days have passed since the funeral. I've not left the house since then. It's not unusual, rather. It was the norm even when my husband was still alive. I love, like, all the art in this, by the way. Like, the backgrounds and, like, the characters. Like, it's so well done. After all, I had to take care of the chores around the house and prepare things for when he returned from work. There was barely any reason for me to go out. But now that he's no longer here, the silence of the room is more noticeable than ever. Fluff Knight is one of the co-writers of this game. Oh, I see. Welcome on in. I still remember when I found his body, his hand slowly releasing its grasp from his shirt as he took his last breath. It was too late for me to do anything. Once more, I was unhelpful, even when it mattered most. Everything afterwards is a blur, but his face is burned in my mind. Contorted an expression I had never seen on him before. One of helplessness. Also, the, like, cinematography and, like, camera movement is, like, really good. I bring a hand to my chest. The air around me feels suffocating. It'd be good to get some groceries. I'm running out of eggs already. A simple excuse to get out of the room. The afternoon sun is covered by a multitude of clouds, but that hasn't seemed to stop the townspeople from spending time outside. I can feel their eyes on me as soon as I exit the house, but I try to ignore them. Is that the doctor's wife?
Oh my, it is her.
It's rare to see her outside, wouldn't you agree?
Absolutely, but don't stare at her too much. You would not believe the things I've heard.
Oh, now I must know. A knot forms in my throat. No matter how much I try to block out their voices, they're too loud to ignore.
I saw her at the funeral the other night. I'm sure I saw her hide a smile. Boo! Gossiping villagers.
Unbelievable.
If I may, how did the doctor die again? They said heart failure, but... You don't think she could have,
My body tenses up upon hearing them. upon understanding what they mean.
I bet she did. Frankly, I think she was just disappointed the war didn't take him away. She probably wanted to keep his money all to herself.
That's not true. Maybe she was getting tired of married life. From what I hear, it doesn't sound like she actually loved him at all. That's not true. I saw her husband looking very worried not too long ago. Do you think he expected this?
Well, he was always going on about how he thought his wife was going to kill him.
Really? That's not true. Overwhelmed by the words that surround me, I hurry my pace, desiring nothing more than to get away. I run and run, the judgment in their voices still ringing in my ears. They think I killed him. I shouldn't have left the house, but it felt so painful to stay inside. Now perhaps the whole world will be filled with suffering for me. I press on until I forget my destination, not paying attention to my surroundings anymore. Spooky. I finally stop to catch my breath, my legs aching from the sudden exercise. These clothes are not made for running, nor are my shoes, nor is my body. Only once I regain my breath do I notice the ground beneath my feet is no longer stone. I lift my head slightly and notice that, in my panic, I've stumbled into a forest. I don't remember there being any forest nearby. I turn around to try and retrace my steps back to where I came from, but I only see more trees behind me. This isn't good. How will I return home? Looking forward once more, I notice a clear path between the trees. I wonder, perhaps, if it could take me somewhere I can ask for directions. Yes, the music, also matches everything so well. Last folks who streamed it, the music wasn't working in the stream? Oh, I see, okay. Is everything, audio level okay with, between, my voice and the music of the visual novel, by the way? Do I need to turn anything, up or turn anything down? Seems to be good? Okay. As I walk through the trees, a curious shape makes itself visible in the distance. This kind of reminds me of, Coraline or, some other, I don't know, Nightmare Before Christmas stuff. Tim Burton things. A rather small building stands out at the edge of the path. A house, here of all places? At the moment, approaching it seems like my best bet to find someone who can aid me. With light steps, my legs still ache from before, I walk the path towards the house. Tim Burton had some of the same inspirations as us? Oh, I see. It takes some time, but eventually I made it to the house. The building is unlike any other I have seen. Its walls and windows twist and turn in strange ways, never upright. As I observe the place, I take notice of something unexpected. A group of people are having a lively chat just outside the house. There's an odd feeling inside me as I watch from close by. Oh yeah, I also think of the Addams Family when seeing this character specifically. I have seen them before. They're people from town. What are they doing in a place like this? My eyes wander to the strange-looking man. Something about him is different from the rest.
Oh, thank you for taking care of me, Doctor. I've been feeling so much better ever since I visited you.
Please, there's no need to thank me. I'm just glad I could be of help. If you feel any side effects from your new medicine, do let me know as soon as possible, alright?
You're so humble, too. We're truly blessed to have you in this town. It is a shame that you're already spoken for.
I walk a bit closer to get a better look at them. and upon laying my eyes on the face of the strange individual, I finally recognize him. That's my husband! Oh, you're too kind, but don't let my wife hear that. But he died. How could he be here, standing in front of me? Although that hair isn't anything like he's had before, could I be confusing him with someone else? But his face is identical, and they're even mentioning he's a doctor. What's going on? If it isn't my darling wife. Wife? So it is him. But how can this be? Why are you making that face, love? Are you perhaps not happy to see me? Of course, this is the greeting I get from you. Of course this is the greeting I get from you. I shouldn't have gotten my hopes up. Sorry. I don't understand. This man, who's supposedly my husband, leans in and lowers his voice. You've always got your head in the clouds. Who knows what kind of crazy thoughts you're having right now. The least you could do is not embarrass me in front of my patients. Time to save. Oh, this UI is like so cool. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, that wasn't my intention. Even though I've already apologized, I instinctively do it once more. For years, it's just been an automatic reaction. It's the easiest way out. I'll forgive you this time, since I'm feeling generous. He really is just like him, despite the changes in his appearance. Yet, he shouldn't be here, or anywhere else for that matter. Is this real? My gaze wanders from my husband to the strange house behind him. Everything around me seems uncanny. We're saving. I'm sorry, gonna save like after like every choice or before every choice. I need to find out more. I have no idea what's happening here. Perhaps I'm going mad, but I need to find out more. I face my husband, who seems to be waiting for an answer from me. But as I open my mouth to speak, his figure as well as those of the villagers disappear into thin air. How? I realize that it's useless to ask anything of the empty air. My eyes fall upon the door once more. Perhaps inside I can learn what's truly happening here. I gather enough courage to knock. The door opens unexpectedly before my knuckles can even strike it once. Hello? A voice echoing through the walls of the house flows out the door. Come in, I've been waiting for you. Waiting? A part of me is terrified, wondering what I'm getting myself into. And yet, despite this, I don't hesitate to take a step forward and enter the house. It's dark, only for a moment, before the inside of the house reveals itself. To my surprise, the space before me is much larger than it seems on the outside. Oh my god, we're inside the TARDIS. The walls extend far beyond what I would have imagined could fit within them. I take another step, deeper inside, even as anxiety builds within me. There's no one around. Just where did that voice come from? As if triggered by my thoughts, the lights go out. Ah! My eyes adapt to the darkness. At least there's still some lights from the windows. At last, the devil is dead. A sudden voice calls out, the same as before, but this time so much clearer. There's an odd familiarity in the voice, one that I can't quite place. A shadow is cast on the steps, coming from me as its form begins to change. The lights turn on again, blinding me for just a second. Okay. And where the shadow was before, there is now a woman. At last, you are here. I have been waiting for you for so long. Oh, so long. We have to celebrate. Huh? Celebrate? Wait, who are you? There's something strange about this woman, not only in the way that she dresses, in her mannerism, and also her voice. It sounds just like my own, exactly the same that I hear. Me? Oh, love, you haven't figured it out yet? I'm you. minor Persona flashbacks. Huh? Don't be ridiculous. I'm me. You can't be me. Right? My, you're quite slow. The woman in front of me raises her veil. That's a good shot. I am your shadow. I am a shadow, the true self. What? Your face. It's just like mine. You're finally understanding. I'm the truest, most honest version of you there is. Okay, yes, I have to get the inspiration of this. Like, Persona, like, 4 is, like, one of my, like, all-time favorite games. It is, like, very close to my heart. I'm waiting for the Persona 3 remake to come out so I can experience that, because I didn't get, or, like, I found Persona 3, like, too hard originally, that I never got through it, all, but, like, I got through, like, Persona 4, Persona 4 Golden, Persona 5. Persona is life-changing. Yes! Oh no, your Persona 3 disc scratched. Yeah, I did play Persona 3, but it was quite hard. I think, like, starting from 4 and then trying to go to 3, like, maybe was a little bit difficult with the battle system. I know if Lyra was here, she'd be like, just get good, but like, Lyra can play Persona 3, I will just watch and enjoy. How? It's just like looking into a mirror. But even if we look the same, her attitude is nothing like mine. You may not have been aware, but I've been around for a long time. However, I'm getting quite tired of having to explain myself. Let's move on to the celebration, shall we? What celebration? Did you not hear me the first time? The death of that devil, of course. Or, in clearer terms, the death of our husbands. What? Oh, I've waited so long for that man to croak. How can you say that? Huh? Why do you look so sad? This is what you wanted, isn't it? You should be happy. Didn't you feel joy seeing life abandon his body? Seeing him lose his strength and keel over? Seeing him die because of you? Stop! How dare you say such things? I loved him. He was my husband. You do know that those things don't have to correlate, right? And implying that I killed him, I'd never have done that. You have no idea how much it hurts to lose him. I'm nothing like you. You're not me! Cue boss fight. You're quite pathetic, aren't you? Fine. We can leave the festivities for later. Since you're having such a hard time accepting this, perhaps I'll give you a little more time. Behind me, the door slams shut. Don't even try. That door is locked tight. Why? It's much too early for you to leave. Feel free to explore the house. I'm sure you'll find plenty of interesting things in the shadows. See you later. With those words, the shadow vanishes from view, leaving me alone in this strange house. There's little choice on what to do next. I could just wait here, but perhaps I should do as she says. Though the thought of what I might find frightens me. I take a deep breath, then head down the first hallway I see. Entering the windowless hallway, I notice how it stretches towards a never-ending void. I turn to go back the way I came, only to see that the archway I entered through has vanished. Please, no. Hello? Are you still there, Shadow? As I call out and scream for help, my voice is muted, sucked in by the darkness, and lost to all but me. No, this can't be my tomb. The harrowing creak of a door opened in the far distance draws my attention. As I gain upon what lies before me, the end of the hallway feels far, impossibly far, but it's also the only respite available. I guess I have no choice. With each step I take, the end seems to draw further and further away, and the door never comes into view. Huh? What's that? Something catches my eye up ahead. I rush over to get a better look. A large framed photo hangs on the wall, staring down at me. Craning my neck, I see two more further along the wall. Looking back at the photo before me, I see myself and him, together on our wedding day, smiling. I still remember our vows. I promise to be your honest and faithful loving wife for the rest of my days. I vow to I vow to dedicate myself to your happiness and success. My love for you is forever. It's comforting, remembering this moment in time when we were both happy. The happiness didn't last long. Our first big argument was that night after the reception. Not wanting to wallow in my memories of him, I move on to the next hanging frame. Where did you go? There you are. I found you. The next pictured silhouette stares down at me, my old friend from life before marriage. We've known each other since our youth. Hide and seek was our favorite game to play in the woods behind our homes. She was always supportive of the things I want to do, where I want to go, who I want to spend the rest of my life with. If you say he's the one for you, then he's the one for you. I hope you'll be happy together. I wish you my love and all the best in your future. Dots. I hope you've been well, my friends. It's been so long since we last spoke. I often wonder where she is now. My memory fails to remind me of how and why our friendship ended. We were so close for so long. The cries of a baby pulls me to the last framed photo. The closer I get, the louder the cries become. It's haunting. I look at the final photo and see a reminder of the nursery my husband and I prepared only a couple years ago. It was still early. I had yet to conceive, but we were nonetheless excited to welcome a new addition into our lives. I wish for a world where you could have joined me. Wanting to distract myself from my thoughts, I continue onwards. Light breaks through the darkness as I make it to a slightly open door at the end of the hallway. Finally, a way out. My darling, you've made ample headway. I hear my husband's voice seeping through the next door. How is he here? Be careful. If you progress too quickly, you won't have a reason to see me anymore. Is he talking to me? Before we were wed, he used to speak to me like this. It was charming. At least I found it so. That was when I was his patient. That's how we met. But this doesn't make sense. The woman's laughter echoes into the hallway. Of course he was speaking to someone else. He hasn't spoken to me in that way in years. Doctor, you're too funny. There's a reason I come here so often. Well, maybe I can find another ailment to rid you of. I draw closer to the door, peering through its crack. Sure enough, I see my husband in the next room. In the next room, his home office. At least the man who claimed to be him. He draws near to the only other person in the room and leans over her, closer than any patient would be comfortable with. And yet, it's clear she's not moving away anytime soon. It won't be hard. I'm positive you'll find a multitude on further examination. She smiles seductively at him, encouraging him to continue. Was he like this with all his patients? And I just happen to be the first? What's going on? The quick disappearance of the woman surprises me, but only momentarily. The fact that I see my husband standing before me, or a version of him, shakes me much more. Darling, couldn't you see that I was with a patient? I've told you before, when I'm working, you are not to enter my office. Whether this man was real or not, he certainly sounds like my husband. And that tone of his manner of speech, it's as if he was here with me again. I shouldn't jump to conclusions. He's right. This is all part of his job. I shouldn't have jumped to conclusions. Still, who was that woman? I don't understand what's so unclear. She's a patient, nothing more. If you're worried because you're also my patient, because you were also my patient in the past, then you'll do well to remember that you're the one I married.
Exactly, I'm his wife.
Saving after or before every choice. Ungrateful. That's true. I should count my blessings that he chose me. But now I question what sort of woman I've married. Look at the mess around the house. Have you done any cleaning at all today? Hold my tongue. I always do. Knowing that he'll respond, knowing how he'll respond, I hold my tongue. When my husband was alive, I always cleaned. It was part of my wifely duties. You should spend less time eavesdropping and more time taking care of our home. I often wish there was a way to show him just how much I did for us. I don't have time to oversee both my own work and that of my wife. Do you ever take into account how tired I am at the end of my day? I do, but perhaps not enough. Well, if that's all, you may return to your daily tasks. You'd best get started considering how much you've been dilly-dallying. Even when I did not finish all my work, he'd find more for me to do. He was never short of ways to keep me busy. Dots. Though his words feel dismissive, I find comfort in his tone. Still, something continues to eat away at me. That woman. I've seen her at our home before, during his off hours. When he courted me, he was not married, but now, despite his marital status, she continues to return for his services like a leech that's forever hungry for more. Thoughts race through my mind, churning as questions of my husband's faithfulness return to haunt me. Why did he not refuse her advances? Was he looking to replace me? Were his assurances of love riddled with lies? I look back at the woman in the mirror. Does she not see me standing here? Who? Your patient. She has returned. I see her in the mirror, seeking your attention. Why has she returned so soon? She was just here. He sighs and takes a look at the mirror, then back at me. A hint of annoyance taints his face. You mustn't be well, my dear. I don't know what you see, but the only people in the reflection are the two of us. No, he's wrong. She's right there. Perhaps you're imagining things. You know how prone you are to seeing and hearing things that aren't there. The woman in the mirror turns to stare at me. A wide smile creeps across her face, as if she's successfully lured my husband away. But she's right there. Can you really not see her? Stop your nonsense this instant. He waves me away, but I can't stop myself from looking at the woman. Her chilling smile and soulless eyes bore through me. She couldn't have been the only one. He takes note that I've yet to depart. How many times do I have to tell you that she's not here? You must see her too. Tell me she's real. There is no one. I shut my eyes tight, shielding myself. Upon opening my eyes, I see that she's disappeared. Even when she leaves, I know she'll come back time and time again, just to see you. Of course she will. I'm her doctor. Is that where it stops? Quit making up stories in your head. If there's nothing going on, then why does she come by so often, even when you retire for the evening? The more I speak my mind, the more I feel myself shake. It's scary, but something within pushes me to power through. A memory surges through me. I think I've felt this way before, but no more than once. She can't have so much ailing her that she can simply visit whenever she pleases. Drop it. Now. Woman, can you not see that I am devoted to you? Who do you think I work so hard for? I keep food on the table and a roof over our heads. There's no one else I'm married to. I recoil at his outbursts. The anger in his face makes me question my previous actions. I can't bear to look at him. Do you not see how much I do for us? And here you are, accusing me of outrageous things while you laze around, doing absolutely nothing. Though this is far from the first time that he's raised his voice, I never expected to experience this again, let alone so soon. Though, I thought I buried these feelings when I buried him. I'm surprised the lady hasn't realized her husband is clearly evil by his illiberal application of eyeshadow. But it's just matching her, right? They're just like matchy-matchy. Just gonna take a sip of water. He's just too fabulous. Oh, and there's an ad, so okay, apparently I should drink more water. And the ad will end soon. Alright. Welcome back if you had an ad. Make sure everyone hydrates. Yes, yes. I hear him breathing heavily, seething through his teeth. After a moment, he clears his throat. I know this is him attempting to regain composure. My dear, look at me. Slowly, I open my eyes. His regular expression has returned, softer than before. Come, let me help ease your mind. I take a step forward towards him, but stop when he reaches for his medicine cabinet. Come here. This is for you and your well-being. As I look at the medication that lies in his palm, I hesitate. My gaze returns to the mirror. Take the pills or don't take the pills. We're gonna take the drugs. These thoughts have frequented in my mind for far too long. I'm tired of their presence. Yielding to his professional suggestion, I reach out and take his offer. You don't know what others in town say about you and your episodes. Administering these pills is my way of protecting you, darling, trying to understand the position you've put me in. Do you not see how you make me behave? I'm only this way when we're together. No one else pushes me to my limits quite like you. We're gonna play the, like, obedient wife for this. I'll probably end up, like, going back or, like, loading, like, a save file to, like, try some other choices. He wasn't always like this. He used to be more loving. Perhaps he's changed because of how often I questioned him. I'm only telling you these things because I love you. Why must you continue to question me? What I do, how I am. If you truly love me, as much as I love you, you let me be. You trust me, just as I trust you to take care of our home in my absence. I love you as much as I trust you. I do love you, just as much as I trust you. Clearly not enough, it seems. No matter how much I show you, or however many times I tell you, you never... I never what? You never listen. I never listen? Every time you talk, I listen. If I never listen, what do you call what I'm doing right now? He thinks he's right, but he's wrong. He only hears what he wants to hear, never attempting to understand. You listen, but you don't comprehend anything I say. He scoffs at my comment. Clearly he isn't used to me speaking up. For a moment, he seems flabbergasted, fumbling for words. I don't comprehend, because you have nothing of substance to say. He's found his voice, but he spits out whatever excuse he can grasp. Even when I'm dead, I'll still hear you speak nonsense. But... you are dead. He stares at me, long and hard, unwavering in his gaze. I bet you'd like that, wouldn't you? Anyway, I can't talk to you when you're like this. Be a dear and leave me be. I have work to do. He returns to the papers on his desk, already tuning me out. I silently head for the door, leading back into the hallway. I don't need you interrupting me any more than you already have. Finding myself in the hallway, I head in the only available direction left for me. I don't want to linger on the memories of recent events. The hallway feels much shorter than the first time I came through. Perhaps it stems from knowing the unknown. The frame photographs from when I traversed this hallway come into view. I approach the first one. The nursery, never used. The crying continues to haunt me, though not as much as before. I draw closer to the photo, remembering the circumstances which led to this. He said it was my fault. That I was the reason for our lack of children, for his lack of someone to carry on his legacy. That since I never conceived, there was something wrong with me. But perhaps he was right. Best to not linger on what could have been. I continue to the next frame photo and look at the woman before me. I'm sorry we've lost so much of our time together, but perhaps it was for the best that we drifted apart. My husband always told me how much of a bad influence she was. Have you not heard what the town speaks of her? Why do you think no man wants to court her? Oh, is this gonna be, no man wants to court her because she's actually a lesbian? Her ideas are far too wild for women, especially for those who are married. Or she's a feminist. Women like me. I walk up to the frame image and reach up for her. Why did you never marry? Though I ask the question, I already know the answer. Her voice echoes in my memory. Being tied to a man will only keep me anchored. I remember how she'd always look to the horizon, excited to see the world beyond, and how whenever she turned back and saw me, she'd flash a smile. Okay, I think I called it here. But I want to fly. Won't you join me? Her smile was too bright for me. I always felt I had to turn away, like I was never strong enough to stand by her side. After all, I knew where I was comfortable, where I was needed, where I belonged. Turning my back on my friend yet again, I do my best to continue. It's what she would have done. I stop at the last frame before me. The unhappy memories of my wedding nights enter my mind. It wasn't long after the reception had ended. Our family and friends were still present at the venue. My husband had pulled me aside to explain just how rude I was being. I had pointed out a forgotten price tag at the bottom of a wine bottle gifted by his parents. But he was right. I shouldn't have looked at a gift horse in the mouth. Instead, I should have simply accepted the gift and kept a smile on my face. Your composer is boss. Yeah, your composer did a really good job. It really was the one who chiseled the first dent in our marriage. Or, I really was the one who chiseled the first dent in our marriage. If I only had known better. The moment I turn away from the framed photo, the arch of the hallway exit appears before me, as if the house knows I'm ready to move on. Okay, so this is like a good note of like, you guys did a really good job picking the sound effects and the footsteps, because there's some other VNs that I've like gone through that like the footsteps just don't really like suit the vibe and like the tone or like even like the scene of like the VN. So good job on you guys for like matching it to like sort of fit like, yeah, this would be like probably shoes on like a hardwood flooring. There's like there's a lot of different types of footsteps, and like, yeah, it takes like a good ear to like kind of do that. Or like if you had a sound designer make them, like good on them for matching that. I'm more familiar with the process for like video making or like filmmaking of like, yeah, they have like a Foley artist or like someone specifically to make those sort of sound effects, and like that's sort of something that if given more time, I would like to like delve into a little bit. But yeah, it's really good. I hurry through the archway as quickly as possible, leaving those memories behind for now. Oh, and I know like VN wise or like dev wise, like we often don't really have the resources to like put in um the sound effects or like record those sort of sounds like exactly how we wanted. Um like again, good on you for like actually getting a sound designer. Um but other VNs and other devs shouldn't feel bad if they can't get the sound effects exactly how they want. You kind of need to use whatever resources you have or how much time you have. I think Leon actually does make sounds too. I saw a video on his Twitter where he made a sound using a washing machine. Yeah, that makes sense. Like there's a lot that goes into like sound effect making, and they don't use everything that you think that they would for making certain sounds. Like I think a washing machine, like even like the door closing of a washing machine would be a good sound for like just a regular like door, because it's not like it makes a like a really like deep sound in a way. I think I read this. Yeah. Why did that woman bring me here? What could she possibly have to gain from doing this to me? All that pain, all the guilt, resentment thrown back in my face like it was nothing? Why can't I just be left in peace? You really don't get it yet. Suddenly, she appears before me again, with the odd smile that doesn't look right on her face. My shadow. I'm doing this for you, my dear, so that you can finally stop burying your head in the sand. But I see you're still clinging to delusion. Why? Something about her is different now. The air seems to burn and flicker around her like a photograph that's been thrown in the fire. She's angry. Because you're wrong. I loved my husband. Those were misunderstandings. He only ever wanted what was best for me, even when I assumed the worst of him. He deserved better than that, better than me. How deep are you going to dig this hole for yourself? The man isn't even here anymore, yet you continue to let him beat you down. Ever the dutiful wife, Fine, have it your way. If you still refuse to see the truth, I suppose I will just... Ooh, those are good sounds. The like cracking and like moistness of that's good. Her body warps and slowly stretches upward, her limbs contorting as she transforms into something inhuman. And then, towering above me, she leisurely pulls back her veil as my heart rises to my throat. Show you everything. I only see her face for a moment, more twisted and nightmarish than before, and then she's gone, with only that hateful grin lingering in the air. And just like that, I'm alone again. But something is wrong. A deep rumbling reverberates beneath my feet, a shiver running up my spine. The air grows heavy and oppressive, as though the walls are closing in around me. I look around wildly, but there's no signs of danger that my body is... But there's no signs of the danger that my body is sure is near. What is... And I see them, countless shapes, pressing themselves against the windows. Some are familiar, some I've never seen before, but all their eyes are on me, rounding on me as if I'm a caged animal. Their whispers permeate the glass, low at first, but soon rising to furiously hauled curses, words I know all too well. Sure, I saw her hide a smile. Probably wanted to keep his money all to herself. Doesn't sound like she actually loved him at all. And one voice I hear above all the others. Thought his wife was going to kill him. Stop. I begin to draw into myself, but they won't relent. They don't even seem to notice me there anymore, so wrapped up they are in their hatred. Could she even think that of him? Who did she think she is? Nothing without him, and she knew it. Stop! I open my mouth, but no sound comes out. The voices rise to a fevered pitch, and rage, shouts, and howling taunts so loud they threaten to shatter the glass that holds them. I can barely even hear their words anymore. Greedy, ungrateful, faithless, murderer. Stop! A dead silence falls after my scream. The shadows all swivel to look at me in unison, as though they're one body, one mind. But I don't care. You have no idea what you're talking about. None of you, not a single one of you knows what our marriage was really like. And why would you? You only ever saw what you want to see. If you knew the first thing about me, you know I would have never do this. My eyes scan the writhing crowd, and suddenly, there she is, the woman I saw with him. You had something with my husband, didn't you? She tilts her head at me with contempt. Yes, I did, and I'm not ashamed. He's helped me through a hard time, but you just had to make it about you. Why shouldn't he and I comfort each other? You never gave him what he needed, even when he did everything for you. I did my best. He may have complained, but I did everything I could for him. I thought that would count for something, but obviously not. Her form shudders, and a wicked curved blade appears in her hand. Ooh, the pitchforks are coming out! Why can't you just admit that you didn't deserve him? I shake my head and find another shape in the crowd. Her, my oldest friend. But why are you here? I never did anything to you. Didn't you? The moment you married that man, you suddenly didn't have any time for anyone else. I thought we'd be friends, but you abandoned me. Or I thought we'd always be friends, but you abandoned me. She bows her head sadly. Why did you do that to me? What did I do wrong? Oh, okay. Yeah, we're going on the I'm gonna be so faithful to our husband. You were a bad influence. I may not have been able to see it, but he could. He was only protecting me when he told me to stay away from you. I just wish I could have realized sooner how poisonous you were to me. She scoffs, and the glow around her intensifies to form a flame plucked out of the air on a torch. And you just believe everything he says, no questions asked? I squeeze my eyes shut. I can't think of that. Not yet. So I find one more shape in the mob. You were his patient, his friend. You did everything together, and you never once saw him betray me? If he ever hid anything from you, it was because you were always so paranoid. He couldn't so much as be alone with someone without you biting his head off. He was a good man. He only ever wanted to help people. Why are you so hell-bent on denying that? You enabled him. Oh, of course. Why didn't I see it before? He kept you around because you always covered for him, and that your friendship meant you never questioned him either. I wonder, did you even know what he was exactly doing on all those nights when he used you as an excuse to not come home? That's... You've got me all wrong. I never meant to. But the shameful shifting of his stance tells me all I need to know. He withdraws into himself and then vanishes into the crowd. Okay. Enough! The shadow scream echoes through the halls, causing the place to tremble. Okay, normally, if this stream maybe was like a little bit later in the night, I would have like actually like screamed that out, but I actually have someone like working like in my station, so I cannot be like as loud as I want to be. I'm kind of like controlling my volume level for the purposes of this, or for the purposes of like not disturbing others. Yeah, no screaming rights, not today. In a blink, all the furious townspeople disappear. The figure of my shadow appears at the top of the stairs, her feathers pointing outwards, seeming more like blades. When she walks down the steps, though, something begins to change. Yeah! Her fingers elongate, becoming sharp like claws of a feline. Her body contorts forward as multiple thin limbs break through her back. Yeah! When she finally steps into the light, she yanks her veil away and sets her now beady eyes on me. How pathetic must you be to still fall for those lies? Perhaps I overestimated you, thinking that we are one and the same. It's hard to speak, words sticking in my throat as I gaze upon her disturbing form. My body can barely move, frozen in place, as if I've been turned to stone, but somehow I managed to utter some words. We are nothing like... You may be right, after all. How could I be the same as someone so weak? Oh, I like that. The, like, turning around almost to, like, circle her. The way you bend yourself to the will of that man, it makes me want to vomit. I am so glad we killed him. I did not. All the things people say. What if they're right? That you're a cold-blooded murderer, a lunatic. After all, you've been so keen on believing them. You're mad, a monster, a worthless wife. But, oh, that makes you so sad, doesn't it? Well, I have a proposition for you. You don't have to suffer anymore. After all, no one needs you. I don't need you. So why don't you just die? Before I can react, the monster lunges at me, her sharp fingers wrapping around my throat. Ooh, ooh, the like squishy noise. I try to gasp for air, but her grip is too tight. Her nails begin digging into my skin, drawing blood. Stop struggling. Isn't this what a horrible waste of space like you deserves? When I attempt to pull her arms away, my own are quickly stabbed and held down by another pair of spider legs. No matter how much you reject me, I'm your truest self. There's no need for an imposter like you. I can feel more limbs wrapping themselves around my entire body, making it impossible to move. The more I try to struggle, the more she changes, until all her prior resemblances to a human have vanished. In the end, I stop trying. I'm aware there's never been any use in fighting back. Oh, this is a good touch. Good job. I love this. The silhouettes. Why would I do so now? A warm liquid spills down my neck and torso. My body falls limp as the will to move disappears from my mind. My conscience begins to fade. The last thing I see is her mouth wide open. The end. 1 of 3. Yes, like I adore that type of stuff. And like casting the shadow upon the wall for the final scene, like the widow's shadow, like that is such a good touch. I very consciously like made the decision like, okay, being the faithful wife is going to get me this sort of ending because I think it's more satisfying maybe to see the quote-unquote bad ending, even though like this is maybe not truly like a bad end. I guess she dies, so that's what makes it bad, but like it's good to see the outcome of being so hard-headed in the ways of like, oh yes, I'm so faithful, and how maybe the protagonist like wants herself to be seen, versus like coming to terms with the truth. So we will be doing the true ending, or like a, well, not so like true ending. I don't know if it's the true ending. We will be trying to go against and like play more into what the widow or the shadow wants of like being true to herself. We will do that after I take a break. After I go refill my water bottle, and I will put us to the BRB screen for a second. Actually, I will change something on the BRB screen to kind of match that, because I can add images, or I can do something else. Give me 1 second. I'm going to try something real quick. Oh, this is not right. Yeah, I'm going to do something to the BRB screen real quick before we try to go through that again. So yes, be right back. Alrighty, and we are back. So, we will try... I'm gonna load from here, maybe? Also someone mentioned earlier Nosferatu earlier, and I have to say that when we hit 150 downloads, we made a silly gift to celebrate parodying the Nosferatu scene from SpongeBob, but with the shadow. Oh my god. I'll have to take a look at that later. Okay, so we are going to be the headstrong widow this time. Yes, the window shadow. Replace her with a ornate window. Yeah, so I haven't done anything. But I haven't done anything to... I'm not looking for excuses. I will give you another chance this time, since I'm feeling generous. Is he really just like this despite the changes in his appearance? Or, oh wait, no, what did it say? Is he really, or he really is just like him despite the changes in his appearance? Totally didn't make that mistake while coding, no. Just like April Fool's image or something, just like take one of the backgrounds and put like a window where she would be. Oh, actually, I'm just gonna duck down for one moment because I need to make sure of something. Okay, just need to make sure my door was closed all the way. Model's a little bit jittery, but wonder. Okay, everything should have calmed down with my VTuber model. It's okay. He should be here or anywhere else for this matter. Is this real? We're gonna use this GIP. Oh wait, or not. I think I need to find out more is a good answer here. I keep wondering if you're holding a cat IRL, but that's a little dragon that you're holding. Yeah, this is Boo! This is Boo, my mascot. He's a little plushy dragon that I got from the Chicago Field Museum like years ago when I first visited my teammate Lyra. And yeah, he likes watching the visual novels, so I just figured like I should just like keep him here. Oh my god, Boo, yeah. And Boo makes an appearance in Red Zero. You can even like pick up Boo and take him around. Whee! We should have given Boo like cat ears or something, or like added in Boo's like Halloween costume or something. Boo pays close attention. Actually, I don't remember. Rig, did I make the layers for Boo's Halloween costume? Do I have that? Did we do that last time? In the illustration that Lyra drew of me last year, Boo was a black cat because, you know, I'm dressed up as a witch. Boo can be anything that he wants. I don't remember, I'm barely awake. Okay, well, we'll talk about things like that later, I guess. I need to find out more. We've already sort of seen this. Very minor, but your skipping text is like light gray on the white notification. GUI. Just thought you should know. I don't know if there's a way to like change the notification or like skipping text, but that might be something to look into if you really want to like add things or update things. It's like so minor though. Thanks for pointing that out. Forgot about that. Yeah, it's like I don't expect anyone to really like modify that. Things weren't always perfect, but that's normal in any relationship. Despite how much I skipped around while testing, it happens. We only have a month, as I say, in like all of these streams. Losing him hurt the whole town. It hurt me. Hugh, I'm nothing like you. You're quite pathetic, aren't you? Fine, we can leave the festivities for later. Since you're having such a hard time accepting this, perhaps I'll give you a little more time. Behind me, the door slams shut. And then we go into this of don't even try, the door is locked. Why? It's too early for you to leave. Try exploring. See you later. With those words, the shadow vanishes from view, leaving me alone in this strange house. There's little choice on what to do next. I could just wait here, but perhaps I should do as she says. Though the thought of what I might find frightens me. I take a deep breath, then head down the first hallway I see. Okay, now we are going to skip again until we get to the next choice, which should be him talking. How could I not worry? He's right, this is a part of his job, but how could I not worry upon finding him in a position as questionable as that? Who was that woman? I don't understand what's so unclear. She's a patient, nothing more. If you're worried because you were also my patient in the past, we've already heard this. Exactly, I'm his wife. Once again, he's not wrong, but what? But that is why these thoughts cross my mind. I'm his wife. Is that not how a wife should react? Or would react? But now I question what sort of woman I've married. Look at the mess around the house. Oh my god. Speak up. I always do. I know how he'll respond, but I can't hold my tongue any longer. When my husband was alive, I always cleaned, every day. He just never cared enough to notice. You should spend less time eavesdropping and more time taking care of our home. I often wish there was a way to show him just how much I did for us. He doesn't have time to do this. But we always do whatever we are told because we're such a good housewife. Even when you finish all the work, he just gives you more. Just like a bad boss. Something continues to eat away at me. His words and their dismissive nature give me a pause. That woman, I've seen her in our house before. When he courted me, he was not married, but now... she returns like a leech. She's trying to get my husband. Why did he not refuse her advances? Was he looking to replace me? Were his assurances of love riddled with lies? I look back at the woman in the mirror. She doesn't see me. Husband's like, oh my god, you're crazy, woman. You're patient, she's returned. She's right there. Why is she here? She was just here. He sighs and looks at the mirror, then back at me, and he's like, you are losing it. No, he's wrong. She's right there. I see her. Look. Look with your special eyes. Woman in the mirror starts to stare. We're gonna skip. I know I need to power through. A memory surges through me. I think I've felt this way before, but no more than once. She can't have so much ailing her that she simply visits whenever she pleases. Okay, we've heard this. Drop it. Now. Woman, can you not see that I'm devoted to you? I don't know. I recoil at his outbursts. His face turns monstrous, almost otherworldly, like my shadow. Oh, the eyeshadow is coming down, my man. I can't bear to look at him. Do you not see how much I do for us? And here you are accusing me of outrageous things while you laze around doing absolutely nothing. Although this is far from the first time he's raised his voice, I never expected to experience this again, let alone so soon. Oh no, my man's becoming a member of KISS. I thought I buried these feelings when I buried him. I hear him breathing heavily, seething through his teeth. After a moment, he clears his throat. Okay, nice magic trick, my man. I mean... After a moment, he clears his throat. I know that is him attempting to regain composure. My dear, look at me. Slowly, I open my eyes. His regular expression has returned, softer than before. Come, let me help ease your mind. I take a step towards him, but stop when he reaches for his medicine cabinet. Come here. This is for you and your well-being. Okay, and we're gonna get the offer of drugs, and this time I will not take the pills. I know my mind is not failing me. I know what I saw. I stand my ground, making it known that I do not plan on ingesting any more of his medicine. How do I know that these drugs aren't what caused me to see those supposed hallucinations? He continued to stare at me sternly. Finally, he shrugs and places the pills back into their bottle. You don't know what others in town say about you and your episodes. Administering these pills is my way of protecting you. Darling, try to understand the position you put me in. And all this is the same. And we're gonna talk back. You've changed. You weren't always like this. I'm only telling you these things because I love you. Why must you continue to question me? What I do? Or what I do? How I am? If you truly love me as much as I love you, you'd let me be. You'd trust me. Oh my god, trust me. I actually don't know what the, like, answer to this one would be. I wonder... Like, I guess this is the talking back answer, because this is kind of like sweeping the trust under, or like the notion of trust underneath the like rug. Boo only has chef's hat, so if you want to let him cook, he's set. Okay, yeah, that was for Boo's debut stream. Where tried playing Cooking Simulator, but Cooking Simulator lags the fuck out of my PC. Try going with this one again. I do love you, just as much as I trust you. I never listen. Every time you talk, I listen. If I never listen, then what do you call what I'm doing right now? He thinks he's right, but he's wrong. You listen, but you don't comprehend anything I say. He scoffs at my comment. Clearly, he isn't used to me speaking up. For a moment, he seems flabbergasted, fumbling for words. I don't comprehend, because you have nothing of substance to say. He's found his voice, but he still spits out whatever excuse he can grasp. Even when I'm dead, I'll still hear you speak nonsense. But you are dead. He stares at me, long and hard, unwavering in his gaze. I bet you'd like that, wouldn't you? Anyway, I can't talk to you when you're like this. He roughly grabs my arm and pushes me towards the door, leading me back into the hallway. Oh, okay, so that's different, because last time he just ignored us, I think. I don't struggle against his grasp. After all, what's the point when I now finally see the crack in his words? Leave me to my work. I don't need you interrupting me more than you already have. Finding myself back in the hallway, I head in the only available direction left for me. I don't want to linger on the memories of recent events. The hallway feels much shorter than the first time I came through. Perhaps it stems from knowing the unknown. The framed photos from where I traverse this endless hallway come back into view. We are going to skip a little until there's something new. The crying doesn't haunt me as much as it did before. He always said that it was my fault. He never had someone to carry on his legacy. Guess he doesn't have to worry about that anymore. Taking a step closer, I raise my hand to the photo. I'm glad I never had you. It saved you from having to experience this world. Ooh, that's a good touch. A good dialogue change and variation in this situation. From having to experience him. Things always happen for a reason, and this is probably for the best. Best not to linger on what could have been. I continue to the next framed photo and look at the woman before me. I'm so sorry we've lost so much of our time together. I wish you were with me now to help pull me out of this place. You would have known what to do, what to say against him. I remember how strong-willed she was. Nothing could faze her, not even my husband. Thoughts. Now that I think about it, my husband never had anything good to say about her. She will only plague your thoughts with ideas unfit for a woman, let alone a wife. Her ideas were always grand, like traveling and exploring the world. Have you not heard of how the town speaks of her? Why do you think she continues to be unwed? She often said a man would only hold her back. You have to let her go at some point. She won't be with you forever. That's what I'm here for. To care for and protect you. Major red flags if like any like romantic partner or like any partner in general is just like, no, you don't need other people, you only need me. I am here for these reasons. And usually I think it's out of insecurity that they're like that, but you know, issues, red flags. You only protected me from seeing the world, and from the world seeing me. I chuckle to myself. Maybe when we grew apart, that's where she went around the world, exploring things I could only dream of, all on her own. The last words she spoke to me come trickling back. Come, my friend. We can travel the globe together, just the two of us, away from those who insist on dictating how we live our lives. I wish I'd had followed you. Turning my back on my friend yet again, I do my best to continue. It's what she would have done. I stop at the last frame before me. The unhappy memories of my wedding night enter my mind. It wasn't long after the reception had ended. Our family and friends were still present at the venue. He had pulled me aside after following me to the restroom. Seething through his clenched teeth, he accused me of embarrassing him in front of our loved ones. That I've called his family cheap, that I was too materialistic, that I was unappreciative of what they have given. I had only pointed out that his parents' gifted bottle of wine still had its price tag tacked to the bottom. This was the first time I learned how little he cared to listen to anything I had to say. He simply continued to scold me, as if he was in love from hearing his own voice. I mean, if they really cared, like, she could have just taken off the price tag and just, like, not look at it, but, like, throw it away. Am I the only one that has the slight feeling that this marriage was arranged? I don't think so, because, like, they have her, like, falling in love with him because she was his patient, and it's like, in the other dialogue, it's like, he chose her, and she was grateful that he chose her, but she's still, like, really conflicted because, like, he's not... I would say that he's not really treating her right. She's doing everything that she can to like keep it together and like be a good wife and try and keep her head down, but like with how society is and how her husband views the society, um, he still is pretty like he's trying to care for her, but also not truly seeing like her value, or he cares too much of his own image around everyone else. If I only knew then what I know now. The moment I turn away from the framed photo, the arch of the hallway exit appears before me, as if the house knows I'm ready to move on. Our character artist has been watching and unable to chat, but has to leave now, but they send their thanks for playing. Oh, thank you. Good job on the character art. I hope you have a good day. I hurry through the archway as quickly as possible, leaving those memories behind for now. But somehow, I know this isn't the end of it. Why did that woman bring me here? What could she possibly have to gain from doing this to me? All that pain, all the guilt, the resentment, thrown back in my face like it was nothing. I'm gonna save here just in case. Why can't I just be left in peace? You really don't get it yet. Suddenly, she appears before me again, with that odd smile that doesn't look right on her face. My shadow. I'm doing this for you, my dear, so you can finally stop burying your head in the sand. You're beginning to see the lights, but it's not enough. Oh no, it's not nearly enough. You're enjoying this, aren't you? Forcing me to relive the things I've been through, the things he did to me. Tell me something. If you really are me, why do you want to watch me suffer? Or, no, sorry, that was the widow that said that. Tell me, if you really are me, why do you want to watch me suffer? Because, darling, your strength is my strength. The truth will set you free and all that, but it can't very well do that if you don't face it. And what truth is that? She lets out a giggle and taps the side of her face conspiratorially before vanishing once again, her voice still echoing in my ears. You'll see. And just like that, I'm alone again. But something is wrong. A deep rumbling reverberates beneath my feet, a shiver running up my spine. The air grows heavy and oppressive, as though the walls are closing in on me. I look around wildly, but there's no sign of the danger that my body is sure is near. What is... Then I see them, countless shapes pressing themselves against the window. Some are familiar, some I've never seen before, but all their eyes are on me, rounding me, as if I'm a caged animal. Okay, so then this is gonna be the same until... probably... the... choice? He was never satisfied. It wouldn't have mattered even if I gave him everything I had. Nothing I did was ever good enough for him, and to say that I drove him to you is nothing but an excuse.
Huh, keep telling yourself that.
Okay, yeah. When I saw the last person disappear from the window, I was like, okay, so the headstrong answer will make them disappear from the window and not bring the pitchforks. Crying at the skip, breaking the animation, whoopsies, it's fine. Oh, and there's an ad, so I'm going to eat. Welcome back from the ad. I guess we never really consider of like how skip will affect certain animations. But now you know. Now you know this is what happens when you skip this portion.
Oh wow, another Assassin's Creed ad. Wowee.
Something about her seems to deflate and she melts away into the messes. Into the masses, not messes. Well, I guess they are kind of a mess. I shake my head and find another shape in the crowd. Her, my oldest friend. But why are you here? I never did anything to you. Didn't you? The moment you married that man, you suddenly didn't have any time for anyone else. I thought we'd always be friends, but you abandoned me. She bows her head sadly. Why did you do that to me? What did I do wrong? He turned me against you. I'm sorry. He always told me that you were a bad influence, and for a long time I believed him. He must have hated how close we were. I think in the end, he just wanted me to himself. There's still time, you know. We could find each other again someday. Her body sags, as though a great weight has lifted off her shoulders, and then she's gone. I squeeze my eyes shut. I can't think of that. Not yet. So I find one more shape in the mob. Okay, yeah, we said the right thing to this guy. Of... You enabled him? I think? I'm gonna save here because I actually don't remember. Of course, why didn't I see it before? He kept you around because you always covered for him, and your friendship meant you never questioned him either. I wonder, did you even know what he was really doing on all those nights when he used you as an excuse to not come home? You got me all wrong. I never meant to. But the shameful shifting of his stance tells me all that I need to know. He withdraws into himself, then vanishes into the crowd. That's quite enough, darling. It's the most familiar voice to me in the world, yet my heart jumps all the same. I resist my instinct to look away and follow his voice up to the top of the staircase to meet his eyes. But... the figure that stands before me is no bigger than my husband, but the malice that radiates from his body seems to stretch all the way to the ceiling. No, even higher than that, to the sky. No matter how hard I focus, I can't seem to see him in any detail. It's like I'm staring at a blind spot in my vision, a spot of nothingness. He peers at me from a face enshrouded in darkness, his head tilted at an odd angle, as though his neck is broken. It looks nothing like him, but somehow I know it is. This really is getting tiresome. Don't you think it's time to drop this silly little charade? He takes a menacing step down the stairs, and I'm suddenly aware that I'm completely alone with him. But I refuse to relent. Not now. That's all you know how to do, isn't it? Treat my pain like an inconvenience every time I get too uppity. Shut me down over and over again until I don't see the point in getting up anymore. Well, call it what you want. This isn't a game, and I'm not playing. He draws in a breath, deep and shuddering like a death rattle, and it takes me a moment to realize that he's laughing. Such fire! Where was this backbone when we were married? Perhaps if you hadn't been so useless, I wouldn't have had to. No, you don't get to turn this around on me anymore. You never wanted a wife. You wanted a doll. A mindless little nothing, always at your beck and call, who never got angry or talked back. Who never once questioned anything you did because the truth was so obvious that one look was all it took. One look to see that you were the prophetic one. His form bristles with a palpable anger, but I can't stop. The words keep flooding out of me like a torrent finally breaking through a dam. All your hatred, your sadness, your apathy, you were too much of a coward to face any of it, so instead you put it all on me. So desperate were you to feel like a man that you endlessly beat down on someone who you knew would never fight back. And you were perfectly willing to let the whole town think that I was the problem too. That I would even kill you. Well, congratulations. You were so convincing that it took you dying for me to see that you were never anything more than a broken, empty. I don't see him move. In the blink of an eye, he's gone from the stairs to inches away from my face. Up close, his head is an ugly, writhing mass of shadows. His eyes a furious blaze. How dare you! I feel the air go out of my lungs. His very presence is so cold, so suffocating, that being this close to him is like plunging into freezing water. I have lived the horrors that you can't even begin to imagine. I was a hero. I earned my place in heaven 1,000 times over. And all I asked in return was peace and quiet, a loving wife, a family. But you couldn't even give me that. Instead, you sat there day after day, moaning about how unfair it all was. Are you an idiot? I didn't have to give you the world. I chose to. And I can take it all away just as easy. The dark tendrils close around me and squeeze. Thoughts swim in my vision as I began to fade. This is it. I can't even scream. I can only gasp for air that doesn't come. And then, somewhere in the quietest part of my mind, I hear her. Is that it? Come on, don't give up on me now. You feel it too, don't you? Why he's so desperate? He's afraid of you, of me, of us. Use it. Persona! Something in me flares to life, and my hands shoot out from my own accord to seize him by the jaw, forcing him to look at me. Wind whips all around me, sending the tendrils shrinking back for a moment. I see it in his eyes. Fear. I don't think so. He struggles against the force, holding him in place, but it's no use. He spits out against hoarse laughter, teeth gnashing in fury. You really think you've won? It doesn't matter what happens here. You're nothing without me, and you always will be. Nothing but my poor, wretched widow who could never. My name is Hilda. The wind rises to a fever pitch, threatening to engulf him entirely, but I don't let it, not yet. Instead, I hold my shadow at bay as I pull him close. And you will never speak my name again, because you're dead, and I'm not. Now go to hell where you belong. I plunge my other hand into his chest where his heart should be, and twist. He gives a final enraged howl before the winds cut him to ribbons. And your eyeshadow sucks! And where there was once a cloud of impenetrable darkness, suddenly, there's just me. Oh, she looks happy now. And her. Well, that was exciting. I can only give her a tired laugh in response. I know I have nothing to fear from her now. Somehow it feels silly that I ever did. Not the celebration you were expecting? No. It was even better. So, what's next for us? I'm going to go home, take a bath, and get the best sleep I've had in years. And then, we're going to live. Sounds like a plan. She vanishes, her echoing laugh reverberating in my own chest. I take a moment to breathe, slowly in, slowly out, before turning to leave. Golden sunlight streams in through the door that creaks open my approach. I stop at the threshold, taking one last look at the strange house in the woods before stepping out into the fresh air. There's so much that went unsaid, so many words scarred over that I know won't heal overnight. But I have all the time in the world for that. For now, it's time to go home. The end. 3 of 3. 3 of 3. So, okay, so I'm missing one ending then. I wonder, do I need to go through it and be like half-hearted? Of like talking back to him, but then not really doing anything with the shadows? Yeah, pretty much. There's a neutral end. Okay, let's try and go through it, or let's try and get it real quick, because I think pretty sure this one was the last time that I saved. And I'm sorry, but we're just gonna try skipping back from here and seeing if this will trigger it. Oh, wait, nope, not far enough. A little bit of rebelling, a little bit of submitting. Okay, so what happens if I just say I did my best to her, so then she gets mad at me? You were a bad influence. I may not have been able to see it, but he could. He was only protecting me when he told me to stay away from you. Yeah, we read through that. You never gave me a chance. I didn't know he said that about me. But whenever we saw each other, he never said 2 words to me either. How could I explain myself if you never bothered to listen? His fist clenches and there's a razor-sharp pitchfork in his hand. You really can't take responsibility for anything, can you? That's quite enough, darling. You need to submit more points than that, unfortunately. Technically it has to be from the middle at least. Just from the end is less likely to get you the end. Okay, well then... I don't know if this was the mid-rebelling. We'll try... Here, actually... But I do love you. But I do love you. Then show me that you do. As it stands, I just don't see your feelings reflected in your actions. He raises the back of his hand to my forehead, checking for a fever. Content with his assessment, he steps back to look me up and down, scrutinizing me for more signs of illness. Could there be something subconsciously clouding your judgment towards me? This gives me pause. I think maybe he's right. My doubts must have manifested into how I've been seeing and ultimately treating him. I should have done better while he was with me. Okay. If you have nothing to say, leave me to my work. Raise me away. Be sure to close the door on your way out. I don't need you interrupting me any more than you already have. Okay. I don't know if that would actually have enough points. Or like that 1 extra point. Let's see. You're on the right path, I think? Okay. You're a bad influence. Never gave me a chance. Enough. Oh wait, no, this is the shadow. My shadow stands above me, stately as a queen. The the crowd dissipating in her presence. Her gaze burns into me with a hot white intensity as she descends, stepping into the light. Her body has warped into something grotesque. My dear, I'm your true self. I know your heart inside and out. I know what you're going to do before you even do. You think I don't know stalling when I see it? Ha 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 ha. What do you want from me? I did what you asked. I faced everything you wanted me to face. What else am I supposed to do? She lets out a sigh, as though she's explained this thousands of times already. I want you to be free, to embrace all the parts of you that he never let you before, even the part that wants to celebrate. Especially the part that wants to celebrate. You can surrender to your happiness, but you can continue to wallow in your pathetic denial. But don't blame me for what happens when you do. So tell me once and for all, what's it gonna be? She regards me coolly, and somehow I know that everything hinges on what I'm about to say. I'm going to save. I take a deep breath and I answer in the truest way I can think of. It's not that simple. You stand there and tell me that I have to either celebrate the death of a monster or admit that I was everything they say I was. Pathetic, paranoid, a heartless murderer. But what if both are true? Or neither? We had our problems, and we both had our moments of cruelty. I wasn't always kind to him either. We were human, and we acted as humans do. So yes, in a lot of ways, I suppose I'm freer than I was when he was alive, and maybe someday I can learn to find some comfort in that. But I will never be happy that he's dead. She's quiet for a long moment until it almost seems like she isn't going to say anything at all. And then, I see... Something in her relents, and I hear the front door slowly creak open. You can go. Just like that? Just like that. But know this. You don't have me fooled. Freezing your heart is not the same as embracing it. Sooner or later, all ice has to crack. And until that day comes, I'll never be far. She vanishes just as a sliver of dull sunlight reaches her. For a moment, I don't dare move. Only when I'm sure that she's really gone do I turn and head for the door. I stop at the threshold, wondering if I should take one last look back. But in the end, I can't bring myself to. I take a breath and step outside. The woods that had me on the edge before are a welcoming sight now. It's as though barely any time at all has passed since I entered the house. As I head back down the path that brought me here, something tells me I'll be able to find my way back to town now. I don't know how I'm gonna face my neighbors again, but I'll find a way. I have to. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end as I sense a presence nearby, a strange garbled noise from somewhere behind me as I whip around, wildly scanning the trees around me. There's nothing. I turn back and soldier on towards town. I know I'm not free of her. Maybe I never will be. But for now, I can just breathe. For now, it's time to go home. I come home after a morning of getting groceries. Everything is just as I left it. I'm still getting used to that. It's been a month since I walked out of that house in the woods. Finding my normal was hard at first, but every day it becomes a little bit easier. I still have to catch myself sometimes. I'll drop a plate or burn dinner or chastise myself just as he did. I like to think that I'm getting better, but some days I truly wonder if I can do anything right. The whispers on the street have all but died down. Whether people got bored of the gossip or I simply stopped listening to them, I can't say. I suppose it doesn't matter in the end. I haven't seen my shadow since the last time we spoke. Sometimes I spot movement out of the corner of my eye, or someone's laugh sounds just like hers. But it always ends up being my imagination. Deep down, I'm terrified of the day she'll make herself known again, but until then, I do my best to go on living. That has to count for something. right? The end. Yes, we've got all the endings. Good job. Like, honestly, I don't really have any like feedback or critique for this one. Like, it's really well made, IMO. And thank you for the head pats. Yeah, everything's like really well made. The aesthetic is like on point. The music, sound effects, cinematography, writing is all good. Um, even the pacing, like I almost expected you guys to go a little bit longer into the house and add more like memories or something of the husband, but you guys like you wrapped it up like at a really good point, I think, of not drawing too long into the house or making um, Hilda like explore the like shadow house for too long. Um, I think some other VNs maybe draw on a little bit too long, but you did it like pacing wise. It was like I would say perfect. Gotta keep a manageable scope too. Yeah, exactly. We only have so much time to work on these. So yeah, I think you guys did a really good job of this. This was like really enjoyable. No criticisms here other than like super nitpicky minor thing of like the skip button like not being like a readable color, but like who cares about that, honestly. That's not even like really a part of the story or experience or like the normal like flow of gameplay or anything. Thank you so much. It makes me really happy you enjoyed it. It's super fun watching you play. Thank you for like stopping by and watching. I like got so invested in reading the dialogue and stuff. So I hope my voice acting did it like justice, I guess. Yes, we still have some time, so that means I can load up the next visual novel that we have. Reminder to yell in chat, you can check out this VN by going to that link. Let's see. Alright, let me get set up for the next VN that we have on our list here. Skiophobia. So glad you played it. Really happy to experience it with you and the gang. I also kind of enjoy like how many of you like stopped in to like watch stream of like, oh yeah, programmer, you the character artists, like even though they can chat, uh it's nice. Or like I like doing these visual novel streams because then it gives people the chance to see, you know, it gives you as the developer a chance to see someone play through this visual novel that you've worked so hard on. And like it's kind of like, ah yes, all that hard work, all that time, all that effort, it's finally paying off that we get to see it. I don't know if the devs of the next game will come in because like I couldn't find most of the devs on like Discord, I think, for these. So this is by like Dark Cats. Did I miss you playing a game prior to ours? Yes, I did play one other before yours. I was playing Death by Chocolate, a very cute and charming game, honestly. Let me grab the capture of this next one. This game is available in English and Spanish. We are going to choose English in just 1 second. Oh, I should have checked actually if you had a stream category for it, but Whoops, I'm sorry. Is this the right one? I can't tell if this is the right category for what we're streaming. Hang on, I'm just gonna check something real quick. Twitch. Mute this tab before something happens. I'm just gonna check if the game category is what I think is correct. I don't think that this category is matching with this visual novel, so I'm just gonna leave the category on games and demos. Oh yes, but I will be uploading this VOD to YouTube after stream ends. If you want to watch or look back at any of like my gameplay or what I say during reading some of these visual novels, I make it a point to comment on each of the visual novels that I play through with a link to the VOD when I rate them and stuff. In which I haven't actually done that for yesterday's visual novels, but I'll do that today after stream ends. Okay. Yeah, I think I got everything ready for our next one. So let me read the little description here. The night has come, and it comes for her. She yearns for help, but the only thing she finds is disbelief. Tonight, the shadows lurk behind every dim light, and wherever she goes, the looming threat goes with her. And we're gonna play this in English. I'm gonna turn you down very slightly here. Start. Night falls again. It's the time of day that always makes me anxious. Why, you ask? Because it's when they arrive, the shadows. They start just like that, lengthening just a few centimeters, peeking out from under the curtains and under the table legs, finally under your feet. You lift them up and there they are. Such spooky spells que no habla espagnol. No, je peux parler français, mais je ne peux pas parler espagnol. It's disgusting, sickening. The feeling of being stalked, of being watched, judged, hated. Once again, my fingers twitch around the arms of my armchair, and I freeze, hesitating what to do. Phone someone. Who could I phone? I'm always afraid of looking like a child, or stupid, or even worse, like a child with stupid fears. Phone my girlfriend? We have a girlfriend? Hi, babe! Hi. Catch you at the wrong time? It's never a wrong time if it's you. Oh, don't overdo it. I don't know how to answer when you say stuff like that. Then answer me that you feel like seeing me and I'll be happy. Well, yes, actually, that's exactly what it is. Yeah? You miss me? You can't wait until the weekend to see me? The truth is, I suddenly felt a bit lonely, and the shadows in my apartment are starting to scare me. Again? Oh, girl. Well, I'll drop by your place and we'll have dinner tonight. Or, well, blah, blah, blah. We'll have dinner together, okay? I think I'm gonna cook a feast for you as a thank you. Don't bother. We can cook together. It's more entertaining. And she's right. It is. Yeah, let's go lesbians, let's go! quickest time to let's go lesbians, let's go without experience in the visual novel. So Carmen comes home and we make dinner together, laugh, watch a movie, cuddling on the couch with a glass of wine. And then she hugs me tightly, lying on my bed as we fall asleep. Those fears are just your imagination. Besides, nothing bad can happen to you while you're in my arms. You see? They're an anti-shadow barrier. No one will ever dare cross it. The shadows in the corner of my bedroom shrink at her words. Much calmer and feeling safe, I let sleep rock me. But the next morning, Carmen wakes up hugging an empty blanket. Confused, she looks around, her gaze lingering on the straggling shadows that are still retreating before the light of the dawn. But I'm not there, or anywhere else. All that remains of me is the faint warmth my body has imprinted on my side of the bed, and even that fades in a few minutes. Huh? And to an empty bed. What? The gays are not allowed to be happy. Okay, well, I guess. What happens if we phone mom? Just, wow, that was fast. Hello? Oh, it's you. Hi, Mom. How are you? How strange that you're phoning me. Did something happen? No, everything is fine. You haven't broken up with Carmen, right? No, of course not. Then, come on, girl, stop beating around the bush. I was in the middle of cooking dinner. Doubt grips my throat like a steel arm, squeezing until it takes my breath away. I don't know if this is a good idea. It's just... I was here alone, at home, and suddenly felt like the shadows were watching me. Has someone broken into your house? Or is it that paranoia of yours again? No one has broken in, and yeah, I guess it's paranoia, but I can't help it. Look, girl, stop this nonsense once and for all. Grow up. You're too old for these childish fears. Come on, turn on the TV so it keeps you company, and let me make dinner in peace. Yeah, sure. Sorry to bother you, Mom. Click. She's right. I know. I'm such a child. How can I be afraid of something as childish as the darkness? Unfortunately, putting the TV on in the background to keep me company as long as it's stopped working for me. So I go to bed, take a sleeping pill to knock me out as soon as possible, and pull the covers over my head. Yeah, right, Mom of the Year. Here inside my bed, it's so dark that there aren't even shadows, just pitch black. And very soon, I'm completely immersed in the world of dreams. In it, the shadows surround me, licking their lips in gluttony, coming closer and closer, closing the circle around me. As soon as the first one pounces on me, there's no turning back. Very soon, they have all thrown themselves on top of my body and start biting, gnawing at my clothes and my flesh with satisfaction. The shadows eat me, chewing me up very, very slowly, feasting on me, prolonging the torture, the pain. And although I try and wake up to get rid of them, I do not succeed. They will keep chewing on me, little by little, smacking their lips of pleasure, until the end of eternity. Endless nightmare. Okay. I guess we are not calling anyone. We're gonna go out. I decide to go for a walk. The streets downtown glow with the lights of shop windows, street lamps, and car headlights. Around me is noise and movement, surrounded by people and delight. I feel safer. TIL, phone calls are literally the devil. I'm glad my Hispanic mom was not the stereotype, I guess. I'm curious about the creators of this. Always love finding more Hispanic devs. I mean, my teammate Lyra is Hispanic. Lyra is the one that did all the character art for our visual novel and also did the editing and writing for some parts. Hey, gotta check out your VN. All around me is noise and movement. Yeah, no, I read that. Until I stop in front of a shop window to look at a dress. Instead, I find myself staring at my shadow, a double shadow, one stretching across the sidewalk, illuminated by a streetlight, and the others inside the window, starkly delimited by the store's spotlights. All of a sudden, I feel sick. Oh yeah, also our item artist for the VN, or the one that helped me out with drawing some of the items that you find in our VN, is also Hispanic. Oops, are you alright? Sit down for a little while on this bench. You're as white as wax. There's alarm and concern in the unknown lady's voice. People are stopping to stare at me, forming a circle of onlookers around me. Okay, well, we are gonna save here, considering that we have seen everything from the phone calls. Walk into the store? I walk into the store and wander among the racks of clothes and the people. The lighting is so bright that there's no room for shadows. Relieved, I try on the dress that has caught my eye since I'm there. I take the garments, enter the fitting room, and at that moment, in the bright place, I finally see it. Yo! In my reflection, I see my shadow perfectly, with no other people, or blah blah blah, with no other place to hide, a silhouette hidden in the pupil of my eyes, crouching and waiting to come out at the least expected moment to catch me and devour me. I give up. Resistance is futile! Okay. Good thing we saved. Run away. I run away, embarrassed, almost pushing the bystanders crowded around me. Soon I run out of well-lit streets full of people and stores. I like this graffiti or whatever. I end up taking refuge in the shadows of an alleyway, where my shadow merges with others. But then I hear them, the whispers, louder and louder, more threatening now. I run away, scared, but no matter how much I run, my shadow is always there, glued to my feet, stretching out in front of me, taunting me. And I know that if I turn around, I will see the rest of the shadows lurking, trying to grab me. I have to outrun them. Press A key. Or press the A key. Question? Oh, I pressed the wrong one to... to begin. Wait, hold, press the A key. Is that supposed to? Yeah, maybe that's a bug. Cause it says press the A key. Something cold grabs my ankles and pulls me down, making me trip and fall. Shift A opens accessibility menus. I don't have shift down though. That's odd. Something cold grabs my ankles and pulls me down, making me trip and fall. I don't need to turn around to know that it's over for me. I close my eyes for the last time, with the eerie sound of their triumphant laughter echoing in my ears. I should have run faster. Okay, but like... I have to outrun them. Press the A key? Okay, well that time it worked. Maybe... I don't know, maybe my shift button, maybe it was, like, weird? Just tested, it seems like A does it too. I don't know. Spoopy Ellie, hello there, how you doing? Something that came to my mind while making lunch. I bet you could sample a lot of good sounds while putting the meat and breaking down a rotisserie chicken. Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, maybe in the future they might need to like move the button or make a different button that's not A, considering the defaults of Ren'Py uses A, I guess, to open the accessibility menu. Slash. I can feel the air move as they try to unsuccessfully grab my ankle. I have to run more. I must escape. Oh, fuck. Not me pressing the A key again. Press the W key. No. Slash. I can feel the air moving as they try to unsuccessfully grab my ankle. I have to run more. I must escape. Slash. I can feel the air moving as they unsuccessfully grab things. Slash. I have to run more. Slash. I have to run more. I managed to be faster than my shadow. I think I've thrown them off. I reach a street bathed in light. I walk into a hardware store about to close and then buy a large flashlight. I walk back home with the flashlight on, illuminating myself the best I can. I leave the light on and crawl into bed under the covers, the only place where it's so dark that there's no shadows. End 5, safe and sound for now. I didn't actually see how many endings that there's supposed to be here. Oh, never mind. They do not have a list of how many endings that they're supposed to be, so I guess that's it, right? I kind of wish, like, or like, it's really short. Like, I kind of want, like, more of an explanation, but also maybe that's not really, like, the point of it. And I think the developer would probably have to change some things if they wanted to not bring up the accessibility menu during that one, like, running cutscene or minigame. And also they can add, like, a persistent variable or something so I don't need to click English every single time. But, you know, kinda minor things. It's, like, kinda interesting. But I guess that's all for this one then. So I guess we can play the next one. And the last one for today is Monster Gals Dating Sim. Give me a moment to bring up everything. Monster Gals Dating Sim. I thought to leave this one for last, considering, like, yeah, the other ones are probably gonna be, like, scarier or something, right? Let's finish stream with a more light-hearted visual novel. Right, okay. So this one was actually made in Godot. Where is it? There it is. Can't have a VN binge without being able to romance the monster. So I've already, like, encountered this, like, when trying to test this game. Sadly, I gotta get going, but this is fun. Thanks for playing our game, and I'll check out yours out. Thank you. I'm glad that you had fun watching, and I hope you have a good day. But yeah, isn't this so cute? There's no music on this main menu, but, like, that's okay. And thank you for head pats. Right, I need to change one more thing, or try and change one more thing before we actually get started on this. Okay, no, games and demos it is. Oh yes, and before I forget, This is the link to the last one that we played through, and this is the link to the one that we are currently playing through. So let me read the little blurb that they have here. Monster Gal's Dating Sim is a dating simulator set in the spooky and very cute Monster Gal's universe created by illustrator and comics writer Amanda Goss. In the game, you'll find yourself lost in their monstrous realm and have to survive the encounters with the 5 monster gals. Yeah. I noticed that like a lot of the devs for like visual novels submitted to this are like comic artists or yeah, there's like a lot of people that like have made their own comic that also make visual novels. It's a interesting overlap, IMO. Okay. Give me one moment. I'm just gonna duck down for a second. Okay, and we should be ready to start. Oh yeah, one bit of like I am confused with this game is that there's no like quit or exit button on this. So I think I had to like force quit the game when I tried testing it before. Um which probably not like that's not a good thing to do. Actually let me adjust this a little bit so you can see more of the frame. But that's okay. Play. Oh, is there really like no music in this? Okay. What? Where am I? What even is this place? Is that tree smiling at me? The last thing I can remember is going into uh a antique store. This should be an antiques store. And then did I pass out? Oh, why is it not? Wait, is it not actually capturing it? Okay, that's a little bit odd. Do I need to do this differently? Capture method. I'm going to try something. Okay, maybe now it'll work. Where is my mouse cursor? Yeah, maybe now it works? Question mark. Except now I actually don't know where my mouse is in comparison to this. I saw it for a second, but now, huh? Interesting. We'll see it. We see it now. Hopefully, it is working, right? I also hope it is working. But it doesn't seem to like showing me where my mouse is exactly on here. Oh, I saw it for a second there, but nope, that's not on. Is it on this one? It's not interacting though. Okay, hang on. We're gonna try this again. We're gonna boot it up again. Because maybe it didn't like that capture method, and maybe I need to do this differently. Try again. Yay, technical difficulties. Woo! Okay, yeah. It looks like the capture freezes unless I'm on OBS, which is a little bit weird. Let me see what else I can possibly do to change how this captures. Either that or oh, okay, wait, let's try something else. Hi, you're gonna have infinite infinite desktop. There we go. Okay, well, now you can. Nope, now you cannot see. Okay? Hello? OBS, are you fine? Okay, well, sure, play. Technical difficulties. What? Where am I? What even is this place? Okay, seems like it's working now. Now that I'm not using window capture. Is that tree smiling at me? The last thing I remember is going into an antique store, and then did I pass out? Well, maybe I can find someone who can help me. So many paths now. Where should I go? Oh boy. Let's go. Art studio? Uh, what? Where am I? What even is this place? What? This path is not yet ready and will be added in a future update. Okay. Okay. uh, observatory? Okay. Maybe, devs, if you watch this, don't make the paths that aren't ready an option. Just try and make something to hide it. hello? What is this? A moth woman? I must be dreaming. It's better if I go away quietly. Okay, A should be capitalized in that, by the way. Or no, or I should be capitalized in that last sentence. Oh my god, she has the boob window sweater.
Oh, you took me out of my trance. Thank you.
What?
Oh, I spoke too loud, didn't I? Sorry.
What are you?
Huh? My name is Looney.
That does not answer my question. She looks like a moth, and she is kind of cute. That is, if she doesn't try and kill me.
You're human.
Yes, I am. Is that bad?
You're lucky that it was me who found you, not all the residents here. Not all the residents here so friendly, uh, or I guess it was you who found me.
Okay. Try not to make this worse. She definitely doesn't seem hostile, but I can't trust a monster, can I? Okay, well, the eyes not being capitalized is like pretty consistent in this. Do you think you can help? Why is she crying? Hey, what is the problem?
I lost my key.
Key? What key?
The key to the observatory that my uncle let me borrow so I could look at the supermoon that is happening tonight. Do you have any idea where it could be?
Or, no. Do you have any idea where it could be? Why am I even trying to help a monster?
I don't know.
Let's try and retrace your steps. Maybe you'll remember?
But I wasn't, but I was flying. I didn't take any steps.
No, that's not what I meant. I meant to go back the way you came and see if we find it.
I was walking along that way when I got past that tree. The automatic lights from the outside the observatory,
Observatory spelt wrong.
came on, and from there I lost my senses. And then you arrived and made all that noise and took me on my trance. Now I don't know where the key is.
Don't cry. Okay, calm down. We can look for it together.
Okay, so where should we even look?
Next to the tree? I'll look around the tree and you can look for it near the lamp. Okay, nothing here. Maybe I should try and run while she's distracted?
Nothing here, too.
Is there any other place you may have gone through?
It's no use.
Huh?
It's no use. Everything I do wrong. And I can't even talk like a normal, decent monster that I already start crying and speaking all wrong.
Hey, calm down. You don't need to get so worked up about this. She seems so harmless. I mean, for a monster at least.
Yes, I do. I'm always too clumsy to try and do anything that I want to do. Everything I try always goes wrong. Doesn't matter what it is. I always find a way to mess things up.
It seems like you have a lot of things you need to talk about.
I shouldn't be dumping all this on you. I'm so sorry.
If that means anything, I'm also very clumsy, so much in fact that I still have no idea uh how did I end up here? Am I relating to this creature? I feel like this is kind of awkward to read out, maybe. I shouldn't be dumping all this on you.
I shouldn't be dumping this all on you. I'm so sorry.
Can you tell me where I am?
Oh, it's complicated. If Poppy or Erica was here, they could explain it to you, see? Uh, I can't even do that. All my friends are so much better than me.
I didn't know monsters had self-esteem issues. Now I just messed up something I was looking forward to. Or
Now I just messed up something I was looking forward to for a long time, and even managed to lose a really important key.
maybe your uncle has a spare key?
He had a few. I'd just done it many times before.
Oh,
But I don't want to let him know I did this again. That is it. I won't be able to see the supermoon in all of its majestic glory, all because I'm a stupid, useless, stupid, clumsy.
for God, for God's sake, stop it, Looney, isn't it? You only lost a key, and from what I can understand, it's because of something you have no control about. Like, makes you lose control of your senses, no?
Yeah?
So why do you beat yourself up so much for something that you're not even that guilty of?
Uh,
Your uncle is probably laughing it out at this point. If he knows this always happens, he's already expecting it.
that second grade monster. But that is not all that I get wrong, you know? I'm bad at everything.
I actually think you're pretty strong. You knew things could go this way, and you still tried. We like barely know this girl, and we're still like, oh yeah, you're fine. You're strong.
That is true. But I would like to be able to take a closer look at the moon tonight.
I could try and take some photos with my camera. It's pretty good quality.
Oh, that sounds nice.
I like the comic panel cut-ins. I think they like suit well with the style. We ended up having a lot of fun while taking photos of the moon. Oh, it's almost past midnight. I still have no idea how to get back home. I wish I could send you the photos we took tonight.
Oh, you can just send them to my phone?
You have a phone?
I do. Who doesn't nowadays?
But why didn't you say anything up until now? I was teaching you how to use the camera for nothing? Thank you for the pets.
I found it too cute to stop you. I had a lot of fun today. Usually strangers make me very nervous, but you're very nice for a human. As
uh, comfortable has a M.
by your side. Uh, I will see if I can get you in contact with my friends so they can help you get home.
Um, hello? Hello, game? Did you freeze? Click, click. Um, is this where this ends? What do I do? Hello? Question marks? Hmm. Okay, hold up. I'm gonna close that down. And I guess I'm quitting this again. Hmm. And is an ad. Okay. To... Okay. I guess, yeah, I guess that was the end of the observatory route. Um, I don't know enough about Godot to even try suggesting things programming wise. But I guess let's try the fashion studio. What? Where am I? What even is this place? Or not? Is the observatory the only path? I guess the observatory is the only path. Okay, I'm just gonna like skip through if I can to the end. Like, I just want to make sure that that was like the end of the route or not because like I'm actually kind of unsure. um, I mean, it's style wise like really good and like the art's really good. Um, but I guess they had to make their own like visual novel system in Godot, which in I guess let's look at the lamp. Still hanging up and need to focus on my work now. Thanks again for having streamed our game. No worries. Thank you for hanging out and even just like lurking. Okay, so where should we even look? Yeah, it seems like there's a lot of unfinished areas of this that it doesn't even take you to the main menu. It just sort of freezes. So, I guess I made the right choice of looking the other way, but yeah, it just freezes. So, I guess we're done with this for today. Because I cannot play more of this? Question mark. I wonder if there's like any other black and white one that I could like really quick download. Because I know there was like a ton of like black and white entries, and like I've already gone over a couple of them off stream. Let's see. Hmm. Like there's a lot of one with like black and white thumbnails, but I can't tell based off of some of the screenshots if the rest of the game would also be black and white. So I guess. Actually, no, I think this one is black and white. I'll go through this one. Okay, I'm going to download this one real quick. Because I still have roughly an hour before. Oh no, no Monster Girls. Like, there was one Monster Girl, but the other paths aren't finished. And every time I try, like, going down a route or something, it just freezes. So, like, it doesn't even take you back to the main menu or anything. So I'm going to try. We're gonna play something else. We're gonna go through Trick and Treat Dead Letters. And one other is the title of this one. I think this is also another like black and white one. So give me a moment to get everything in check here. Um, Where is the thing? There it is. Okay, let me download this real quick. Or extract this. How is everyone doing? While the other VN downloads, I guess. I really didn't expect the past two ones or past two VNs to be like kind of short. So like I usually try and keep like 4 VNs on like the lineup, but I guess we have time for one more. Um, if they're short. Eating Thanksgiving sandwich, nice. Okay. Oops, not that. Okay. Trick and treats, dead letters, and one other. I'm just going to copy this and paste this. Okay, you're not gonna see the game for a second because I need to swap this and turn this on. Okay. And I need to adjust this. Okay. Yeah, there's no way that all of that text is gonna fit inside my little word box here. Let me adjust this. That kind of works, right? Maybe. Yeah, maybe like that. Okay. So, to read the description here. Yes, Rig and I are both Canadian. A Trick and a Treat is a kinetic visual novel composed of 2 short stories made for the Halloween season. In Dead Letters, a man working at a post office opens a letter not meant for his eyes and learns something he shouldn't. In Vamp Jen arrives home after a Halloween party, only to be met with an unexpected sight. Huzzah, fellow folks of the North! My parents and I decided not to do a turkey this year. Yes, my parents and I also, like didn't want to do turkey because like turkey's honestly like really dry and stuff. Chicken is better, yeah. Edges and I are also both Canadian, yeah! Turkey is mid. Turkey's only dry if you cook it wrong. Like most store-bought turkeys are really dry, and we do not have the time or patience to cook our own turkey, especially if we don't really like it. Oh, Irisu here defending the turkey? Sorry, but I agree with Rig. Turkey's mid, duck is better. Alright, let's start. Trick or treats? Trick. Dead Letters is a creepy short story. Read Dead Letters? Yes! Dead Letters. Written by Sadie DeForest. A tribute to weird tales, a problematic fave. A perfectly cooked turkey are such as the ones that I make are bussin', but I do like duck a lot. From what I heard, duck is extremely greasy. I mean, like, it kind of is, but also, like, the Chinese roasted duck is, like, one of my favorites, I would say. Like, there's, like, Peking duck, that we have at, like, Chinese dinners, that is, like, duck wrapped in a flour, like, wrap with green onions and hoisin sauce, and that is just, like, one of my favorite dishes. It's kind of expensive, but if we go to like Chinese restaurant for I don't know Lunar New Year or some big family event, that is what I'm chowing down on. Favorite thing to do after finishing up duck is to toast bread in the same pan and suck up all the juices into it. Yeah, that's smart. Have you ever wondered what happens to mail that can't be delivered? Wrong addresses, letters bound for demolished buildings, sent to dead friends and relatives, incorrect post stamps, and no return to sender? Maybe you've heard of the Dead Letters Office. A morbid name for sure. Something about these ink stained and paper wrapped professions that, uh, something about these ink stained and paper wrapped professions that attract these kinds of morbid names. That sounds kind of weird to read. Newspapers have their morgues and night wires, and the post office has dead letters. But much like these two other institutions, there's rarely much to write home about the dead letters office. Also, hello, sillies. I hope the day is going well. Just reading some visual novels before our friend Dilton starts his stream. I am trying to like stream until it hits 5 so I can specifically like write into him. It's mostly perfectly mundane little missives that have nowhere to go, to be destroyed and never read, dead on arrival. It will probably surprise very few of my readers to know, however, that many dead letters are read. The kind of tedious work that goes into the job has driven many a fellow dead letter man to crack open an envelope just to kill the monotony. Like I said, it's mostly nothing, but occasionally you get something. A juicy love letter, some secretive Don Juan sent to a well-to-do lady about town. A politician writing to a local mob boss. A pastor writing to a shady contact about some bootleg cooch. You're never surprised why they didn't put a return address. These kinds of letters sometimes are a wellspring of local gossip, but most dead letters clerks know not to press their luck. Sometimes it's better to leave well enough alone with dead letters. Take, for example, a clerk I used to work with. Former clerk, I should say. He's currently serving life in a state penitentiary. I won't say which one, or what his name was, but it made the national news. He found a letter addressed to his wife, but the sender forgot to include any address whatsoever. Now, who could be writing to my wife? He must have thought. Opening the letter, the postman was who? Well, a couple of shots of hard liquor he had been saving since the day prohibition went into effect later. Both the missus and the offending postman have a bullet between their eyes, and he's being hauled downtown, no resistance. Personally, I don't read any dead letters that cross my desk anymore. Not because of the clerk above. No, that spooked me for a bit, but before too long, I was back at it with a real zeal. It was the night a letter crossed my desk, bound for an address in a city called Xander's, that broke my habit. Now, this particular letter did have a return address. The sender was from a city called Enchos. I promise you, dear reader, if you buy any atlas, you can search the rest of your life and never find a city called Sanders or Enchos. I still remember both addresses as clear as day. From Dr. Jonathan W. Bryant, 245 Arnold Street, Enchos. To Dr. Samuel Dean, 510 North Haverbrook Street, Xander. The letter reads as follows. Dear Dr. Dean, this is in response to your last letter, of course. I hope my letter finds you well. As for me, the past 3 weeks since I last wrote, I have made great strides in our mutual field of interest. You certainly were on the money with your suggestion of human corpses as a storage conduit for the entities our little devices have been pulling down out of the air. I admit I was reluctant to try it at first. The ghoulish process of procuring the cadavers is not one I wish to recount in detail, and lowering the cold mass of flesh into the vat of black mist touched my heart with icy fingers of fear and anticipation. The dogs and apes I have used previously had initially thrilled me with their twitching and jerking reanimation when they had touched that living mist, but a human corpse produced as you intimated, much more satisfying and remarkable results. The mist immediately hugged itself to the surface of the slightly desiccated body. I'm kicking myself now for not putting in the work to obtain a fresher specimen, and the vocal cords that should have been forever silenced immediately vibrated into a strange and otherworldly life. The voice gave a horrendous shriek and began talking in what was clearly a language, but not one created to be spoken with the limitations of a human body. After what sounds like random gibbering, it eventually settled into a kind of chant. The best I can record it is as follows. Yurn Amash Zevikne. What it means, you might imagine, I couldn't possibly guess. I have done many things to try to communicate with the body, which is still alive, but while it does seem to respond to stimuli, it has not as yet changed its constant refrain. Eagerly anticipating your next letter and an update on your progress with the device. Your friend, Dr. Johnson W. Bryant. As you might guess, this letter unsettled me, but I immediately decided that it must be some sort of bizarre prank or hoax. Sending out enough of these phony letters in hopes of spooking some dishonest mail clerk like myself. Maybe not the most believable explanation, but certainly more believable than the letter itself. I put the letter aside and went back to sorting and recording the envelopes on my desk. To my great horror, I soon came across another one bearing the same names and an address, with the to and the from reversed, post dated 3 weeks before the first letter I read. Dear Dr. Johnson W. Bryant. Well, color me surprised, old friend. I built the device as you described, and the infernal machine worked. Now that the egg is on my face, I suppose it doesn't hurt to say your previous letters describing the device had led me to believe that you've taken leave of your senses. It was only with great reluctance and respect for an old colleague that I built the thing according to the blueprints you were kind enough to send. My trepidation held even as it whirled and rumbled to life, and the strange black mist formed in the collecting vat. The mist had me convinced that your device did something, but it surely couldn't reanimate the dead. How wrong I was. My first experiment was with a rat, which, to my greater surprise, attempted to walk on its forelegs and give the most otherworldly squeaks and chittering I've ever heard. It continued to ambulate in the grotesque fashion for some 15 minutes before collapsing back into the state of death, the black mist dissipating from the body into the air and fading away. I shudder to think what this strange living mist, and I'm sure that it is some kind of living being, would do. I shudder to think what this strange living mist, and I am sure that it is some kind of living being would do when exposed to a human corpse. Hello, Sasha. How you doing? There's some of the, I don't know, like the grammar of this that I'm finding like a little bit confusing. Like, I think I'm reading it correctly. I think I'm not skipping over words. It's just a little like question mark. Am I reading this wrong? I'm well and working and eating. Nice. Perhaps, and this might simply be a wild flight of imagination. It could even use a human body as a conduit for speech. Yours, Dr. Samuel Dean. It was simply too much to believe. The letters I had previously read had been in response to another undeliverable letter. It must be, I thought, an elaborate hoax, but for whose benefit was beyond me. I tried to put it out of my mind as I got back into the monotonous task of checking, sorting, and making an inventory of the piles of forsaken postage that I had to get through before the end of my shift. I put it out for another week, resisting the temptation to open anything that crossed my desk. But eventually, another letter arrived from the venerable Dr. Johnson W. Bryant. The thing gave off an acrid and sour smell and was covered in what appeared to be ink stains. My base and ancient fears told me to immediately destroy the thing, but my logical and modern mind told me that nothing in the plain white envelope could hurt me. This part of me, and not a small amount of curiosity, got the better of me in the end. Dr. Dean, the lack of a response to my last letter has caused a great deal of concern, and I only hope that I'm not reaching you too late. I urge you to destroy the device. No good can come of its use. I hope you do so before reading another word of this letter. I have only just recently destroyed my device. Its unholy black smoke is still burning my skin and eyes, and I can only hope that I have put its evil behind me. The horrible thing spoke to me. Its monastic chanting broke into English. I do not believe what it was saying had changed, but rather suddenly it made sense to me. It is difficult to describe that. I can only pray that you have not had this experience. Its words no longer sounded to me like Yurn Amash Zibikne, but rather they rang as clear as day as "Let's us in to feast." Hearing these words as English flooded my mind with demonical visions. Visions of cities awash with blood and dark flames, great clouds of black mist sweeping the lands, and horrible rotting corpses crawling about and feasting on the living. I implore you to destroy the device as I have. Dr. Bryant. It was becoming more and more outlandish, hardly worth taking seriously. I was ready to dismiss it as a hoax, as a bad bit of ghoulish storytelling, but I noticed another letter addressed in a crude hand to Dr. Bryant. The letters looking like they were written not with ink, but in some mixture of blood and dirty rainwater. This time, there was no return address. The envelope smelled of crypt and felt slightly damp to the touch. I doubt I will live to the day where I can forget what was written within. Dr. Bryant, Dean is no more. Sanders is no more. It was simply that. Since that day, I haven't opened a single dead letter or even felt the temptation. I have replaced this old vice with drinking, but I can't forget. Sometimes dead letters cross my desk, with others outlandish city names, Lang, Taunt, Ukbar, Zebiko, and sometimes they have that smell. Sometimes the addresses are written in blood and dirty rainwater. But I have them destroyed along with all the love letters that will never be read. I still dream of those letters from Xanders and Uncos. I still dream of those ill-fated doctors. I tell myself that it was all a hoax, 1,000 times and more. But I feel like I've lived those lives in their squalid and dungeon-like urban laboratories. I see their infernal device. It's so simple. It would be the easiest thing for even I, a man with no scientific skill, to build, and the cemeteries here have no guards. And I can smell that necrid scent in my nose, and I reach once more for the sweet oblivion of the bottle. The end. Okay, well, let's go through the other story then. Treat. Vamp Me is a silly short story. Yes, Vamp Me, written by Crystal DeForest. Jen had left the Halloween party early, having gotten what she wanted out of it, namely free booze and a girl's phone number. She didn't care for the mostly obnoxious company, the frat boys and chasers that gawked at her and her witch costume every chance they got. So she took home her winnings, a crumpled paper in her pocket, and an unstable swagger in her step. Stumbling through the darkness, she arrived at the small apartment she shared with her roommate Eric. She had just gone in and shaken off her shoes when she noticed something unusual. Tiny, dim, flickering lights in the darkness in front of her, and a pungent odor hanging in the air. Squinting and trying to make out what lay ahead in the dark, she felt around the wall for the light switch. Nothing could have prepared her for the sight that awaited. On the floor ahead of her was a massive red pentagram, scrawled out like amateur calligraphy. Candles stood at each corner, and a container of strange incense burned in front of it. But most shocking of all to Jen was the sight of her housemate, standing in front of it all, a thin book in his left hand and something red and dripping in his other. He looked at her, eyes registering surprise, and proclaimed simply, hey. Eric? Eric, what the hell? Jen shouted, looking back and forth between him and the pentagram. What is this? Nothing. He looked away, ears burning red. Well, this doesn't look like nothing. The floor, Eric, the floor. We don't own the floor here. You can't just... Jen's foot stepped on the pentagram, only realizing then that it was still wet. Ah, shit. Careful there. Don't want to drag too much blood around the... Eric stopped as soon as he realized what he said. Did you just say blood? The color began to drain from her face as she fearfully looked at the pentagram, to the bloody footprint she left, to Eric, and finally back at the dripping red mass in front of her roommate's hand. Oh God. Jen shuddered, staring intensely at Eric's hand. Is that? She swallowed, gasping for air before she managed to finish her question, and the intensity of the situation began to sober her up. Is that the beef tenderloin I was defrosting? Not the beef tenderloin! Do you know how much that costs? Jen, girl, look. The marks the chicken was leaving just weren't visible enough. I had to do it. You dragged raw chicken across our floor? Well, I wouldn't say I dragged it. It's more like Eric moved to scratch his forehead, but remembering his left hand was holding raw meat, awkwardly moved it back to where it was. It was more like I, painted with it. You know? Eric. Buddy. Pal. Let me tell you. The witch huffed and paced around for a moment before turning back and walking towards her friend. There had better be a damn good reason for this. And it goes without saying that you gotta clean all this up. Right. I can explain. You see, it's like, what's the book that you have there? Jen stood on her toes, trying to see the cover, and her taller friend turned away almost by reflex. Nothing. It's... He seems flustered, eyes darting around the room to the pentagram, to Jen, to her witch's hat, and back to the book. It's a book. Give me that. Jen swayed forward, grabbing the book away before Eric could even react. Ignoring his protest, she read the title out loud. Oh, The Beginner's Guide to Summoning Girl Dracula by Girl Dracula. This works, says Girl Dracula. Complete the ritual and she will vamp you and totally trans your gender. Queers are we transing our gender on this Halloween? And are we getting Girl Dracula to do it? Heck yeah. the beginner the beginner's guide to summoning Girl Dracula completes the ritual and she will vamp you and totally trans your gender. The room was quiet for what felt like an eternity. Right. All right. I got a lot of questions. Firstly, this a prank? Right, no. This is a prank. Eric's face was deep red and starting to get sweaty. This is a prank. Yes. This is a prank that involves you painting meat across our floor to summon Girl Dracula who will, and I quote, trans your gender? Yes. Hey, is there anything you'd like to tell me? No. Okay, that's alright. Jen looks back towards the pentagram surrounded by candles. Well, let's start cleaning this up and hope it doesn't leave much of a... Yeah. Yes? Yes to cleaning up? Yes, I have something to tell you. Okay, well, go for it. Her roommate took a deep breath. I think I'm, like, a girl or something. Jen's face lit up. Hey, great! Join the club! She offered her friend a fist bump, who shyly accepted. Her housemate, realizing a moment later that she accidentally used the other hand holding the meat. Sorry. I think I'd like to try out the name Erica, if that's okay with you. Hey, I don't have a problem with it. I mean, it would be awfully hypocritical of me if I did. She shrugged. Now let's get rid of this and... Jen. Girl. Bestie. Erica interrupted. No can do. Huh? If we clean up now, I won't be able to summon Girl Dracula. What do you mean, summon Girl Dracula? The witch looked at her friend with a baffled look on her face. This isn't... I mean... Erica, you know, you don't have to prove anything. You're a girl. You don't have to do all this. She broadly gestures to the blood on the floor. To prove that, you want to be a girl? Well, guess what? You can just be one. Oh. I think I've known that all along. Erica smiles widely at her friend. Jen sighs in relief. Okay, good. You get it. How about I take you clothes shopping tomorrow? Do you feel ready for that? Yeah, I think I'd like that a lot. Great. So... It'll be great to have something that fits after I summon Girl Dracula. Or GD. GD? Girl Dracula. Girl Dracula. Of course. Jen takes a deep breath, holding her hands to her temples. So, it's like... This... Is the book using Dracula as another word for vampire? And you just want to summon a vampire lady? Or is... her name... Girl Dracula? Hey, you got it. Erica grinned, making finger guns at Jen. Her name's Girl Dracula. She's gonna totally vamp me. This is ridiculous. Jen said, holding her head in her hands. This is stupid. None of this makes sense. Vampires don't. They don't trans people's genders. Oh man. Oh man, it would be like maybe kind of weird to like. Okay, so Lyra's Halloween costume is a vampire, right? It'd be kind of weird to like ask Lyra like, "Hey, can you trans my gender?" And Lyra's just gonna be like, "What? Why?" That's where you're wrong. I read it all in the book. The newly out girl tapped her head with her fingers smugly. Okay then, looking aside from the fact that this won't work, how is this supposed to work? Alright, Jen, buckle up, Erica said confidently, crossing her arms. I'm gonna walk you through this. Okay, alright, I think I'm ready. Step 1. Erica proclaimed, sticking one finger upwards before gesturing to the bloody pentagram. This. Okay. Alright. Got it. Jen, Stoneface nodded. Step 2. The would-be summoner raised 2 fingers up this time. Girl Dracula appears. Step 1, pentagram. Step 2, she appears. Question marks. Prophet? Yeah, these portraits are really cute. Uh-huh. I see. Step 3. A smirk was on Erica's face. She totally vamps you. Okay, before we go further, what does that mean? Jen held out her hand in a stop gesture. I feel it's really important that we establish this. She, her roommate shyly looks away, scratching the back of her head with her free hand. She, bites you or something? Okay. I see. She bites you, and then... Step 4. Erica was back to her proclamations. You become a girl. We went through this. You're already, I know. I get it. I know. Erica held out her hand, dropping the meats she was carrying on the floor. She glances down, then glances back up again, eyes darting around. But, I want boobs and stuff. Erica, sweetie. Erica, sweetie, just become a VTuber. It's a lot quicker and doesn't recover or require blood sacrifices. Genocide. You know, I know where we can get you hooked up with some HRT. VTubing is the easiest and cheapest way to get booba confirmed. If that's something you're interested in. Yeah, but I'm scared of needles. Isn't there, correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't there supplements or patches now as well for HRT? Not just needles or something? Oh, yeah, sure. Oh, yeah, sure. But, there's pills, patches, and... You're scared of needles but not being bitten? Jen was at the end of her rope. It's totally different. How is it? Can we just clean the blood off of the floor already? VN reads minds confirmed. And I won't need to get expensive surgeries or anything if she vamps me, Erica added. Wait. Erica, hold up. The shorter girl raised an eyebrow. You're telling me that, this isn't just a magical HRT? It's also magical SRS? Wait, SRS? Oh, yeah, it's all that. The whole deal. Jen paused for a moment, wondering and pondering. Then she gave her answer. Alright, fuck it. I'm in. Summon GD. I'm ready to get my shit vamped. GD? Girl Dracula. Oh. Oh. Erica smiled. Yeah. What do we do to finish this whole summoning thing? Don't worry, I got you. Erica nodded sagely. I finished everything before you got here. Why do you feel like you'll be vampire after too? I don't know. The only part left is waiting until midnight or something. Midnight? Hold on. When did I get back here again? As the taller girl took out her phone to check. The glass screen shatters as the clock struck the appointed time. The flames on the candles grew to blazing dark purple columns, and the black mist suddenly burst forth from the pentagram, quickly filling the room as an uneasy laughter sounded out from every direction. The two girls began coughing, gasping for air. Jen tried to no avail to sweep the mist away by waving her arm around. Just when they both thought they could take no more, the dark mist thinned out, and a lone figure was crouched in the center of the ritual space. Clad in crimson-lined black mantle, she looked at the two astonished women before her. Grinning haughtily, she stuck her arm out to her side, parting her cape dramatically, and proclaimed, hey there! The end. but we don't get to see if they trans their gender. We stand girl Dracula. What an extra little bitch, huh? Okay, well that was good. We still have some time, but two stories with extremely similar tones. I understand the idea of like, oh yeah, a trick and a treat, of like the trick one being a little bit more serious and then the treat being like more humorous and like lighthearted. But I kind of wish it was a little bit like more consistent, or even if like they had something to do with each other. Cause like I really like the treat one, and I thought that was like really funny and entertaining to go through, even though it was like really short. Not to say that the trick one wasn't entertaining, but it was like almost like too different. Actually, are these written by different people? Yeah, so the two stories are written by siblings, I think. Yeah, so one wrote Dead Letters, and then the other wrote Vamp Me, and did the Renpai implementation, background photography, and book cover art. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's like cute overall, or like cute idea. Yeah. Well, we still have like 20 minutes. Oh good, they did put their about in here. Is there anyone, or is there any very quick black and white one that I could go through in 20 minutes? I'm like scrolling down Scrolling down the submission feed. I don't think so. I don't think any of these are like 20 minutes worth of gameplay. Probably more than that. Okay, well. Oh wait, no, maybe this one? Question mark? This one's this person's first visual novel, so maybe it won't take that long. Although now it's only 16 minutes. No, I guess we'll just like sit here for a little bit before we raid out. I'm not gonna like I'm probably not gonna stream much more VNs for like the rest of this week. Give me 10, I'm almost ready. Okay, go 10. Yes, because the intention was to raid into you anyways. So we will sit here and talk. So I have like a list of visual novels that like I'm trying to work or like I'm trying to stream or ones that have like piqued my interest. And after like playing each one, I usually like do a like review of them or like comment on them. Or like give some sort of like feedback because that's always like useful and stuff for game devs or visual novel devs. The other themes that I was gonna do was either I was thinking like either doing part or like red theme part 2 electric boogaloo or doing like blue themed where a bunch of the visual novels have like mostly a blue color palette or a zero choices one where it's just mostly a bunch of like kinetic novels or where there's like I could do a dating sim-ish otome like theme. Like there's so many themes that like I can do with a bunch of these VNs. I think tomorrow we're doing Pokedraw, so if any of you don't know, us here at the Novastorm channel, we have this project that we're doing where we try and draw every single Pokemon from the Johto Pokedex, so Gen 2. And because we're doing that, like it also like links into the Kanto Pokedex. So if you actually search up Pokedraw here, or if you use that, you can have a link to our card where we have been posting all of the Pokemon that we've been drawing. And let me, I wonder actually if I can share screen this. I don't really have anything too incriminating on my window. Window capture. This one, please. Yeah. So this is our Pokedraw project, and we've drawn 203 Pokemon so far, and this is what we're gonna be continuing tomorrow, because Rig isn't doing his normal stream, normal Wednesday stream, because he's gonna be playing a game that comes out on Friday. To sort of make up for that, yeah, we're moving Pokedraw till to tomorrow instead. And you can request a Pokemon either with a small donation to our coffee or by using channel points. We have a lot of Pokemon here. So if you have a favorite Pokemon and want to see us draw live on stream, all three of us, then yeah, stop by tomorrow, probably starting at 6 p.m. PST, because the other two have missions that they need to do. And let me see. Nope. Okay. Yeah, we do like a lot of projects. We do a lot of projects in a way, and Red Zero, our visual novel, is only like our second visual novel, so even I'm like learning about Renpai and stuff as we go along, and learning how to like make a visual novel as we go. But look, this is our visual novel page, and I feel like I should probably like update this a little bit and like clean it up. But also, I just want to play VNs. And fun fact, if you click on this fun extra stuff, you can get a guide to our bunch of endings and how to get certain achievements, because there are achievements. And if you click this music thing, you can look at the Bandcamp page that October has put together for it. Well, thank you for streaming. As much as I'd like to stick around for it's time for bed for me. Good night. Okay, have a good night. Thank you for sticking around and watching stream. Like we're really just stalling at this point. Oh, but I guess this is a great opportunity for me to do my PowerPoint presentation. Welcome to my PowerPoint presentation of why you should play our VN Red Zero. Here, let me take off some filters and stuff. Since this is like pretty much the end of or like we're done going through some of these black and white visual novels. So take this off, take that off, take this off. Just took a 10-minute nap. I just woke up and I heard it's time for my PowerPoint presentation. Yes, this is my PowerPoint presentation because in the dev talk server, they were joking around in voice channel like what would happen if a developer added in a PowerPoint presentation and called that their visual novel, and I was just like, that's a good idea. Do your presentation. I got my starting screen up. Okay, so by the time that we finish this, then we can raid into Jotun. Ahem. So, why you should play our visual novel Red Zero, a PowerPoint presentation by me, Ellie of Novaswarm. And there shouldn't be like major spoilers, so you should be safe. First of all, we made it in a month. This was made for the Spooktober visual novel jam. We had to make everything within the month of September, and it had to be playable for October. It was very stressful, but very fun. And honestly, this is not the first time that we made a visual novel in a month. Our first visual novel, our Otome game, a dating sim game, was made also within a month for Valentine's Day. Number 2, it's our second ever visual novel. Our first visual novel was a dating sim, made within a month and a half-ish, and I learned Renpai specifically for that one. And I learned even more about programming while making this. This dog right here is me. I have no idea what I'm doing, but everything works. Everything works in the end, and I don't think we have like a lot of bugs or any bugs really with the coding, or I hope. Number 3, boo. I will not elaborate. Number 4, you get to pick one of 4 name colors. So one of the big symbols in our game is a like multicolored pen where you get to pick between black, red, blue, and green. So yeah, you get the choice of what color you want your ink color to be. Number 5, original characters, do not steal. Drawn and designed by the lovely Lyra. They each have a fun, like, bit of dialogue, and you get to interact with them. We have Haley, your roommate. You have Leon, the enthusiastic Sentai nerd, or like Power Rangers nerd, if you're more familiar with the North American version. And you have Sophia, the cute little cottagecore girly, and we have some concept art up here, and then what they look like in game down here. Number 6, original backgrounds, made by me and also made by Regal. So any of the hand-drawn backgrounds are the stuff up here, and there is a section with some 3D rendered backgrounds that were made by Regal down here. There's kind of an insane amount of backgrounds, like more than like 12 background files. It kind of drove me insane, the amount of backgrounds that we put into this game. I should have scope knifed it a little bit, and I cut down as much as I could. But there was still a lot. Number 7, original soundtrack, made by October. 10 original tracks, available now on Bandcamp. Oh yeah, wait, actually, going back. This is the first project that I've actually reached out to a composer to actually make songs for us instead of just using like royalty-free stuff, and it like makes the scenes in Red Zero so much better. So once again, thank you October for making all the cool sounds and all the cool music. It, like, turned out so well. Number 8, VTuber lore. There's lots of references to our VTuber lore. Leon's Halloween costume is a reference to our April Fool's Sentai video that's on our YouTube channel. And I can't really mention all of the lore that is in the game because that's kind of spoilers, but just trust me, okay? Number 9, you can name the bamboo plants. You can talk to the bamboo and name it. And number 10, please play our visual novel. We worked really hard on it. I had a lot of fun making it. I have a lot of fun making games and making visual novels. And here's the credits of everyone that worked on our visual novel. Me, Lyra, Regal, October, Zeno, and Jamie. Additional thanks to Nando, Buffy, and Zaya. That's my PowerPoint presentation. Thank you. Okay, let's see. Let's see if Burton has his stuff together. Okay, yep, he does have the starting screen up, so we will go right into him. Clap, October mentioned 10 out of 10. Yes, so thank you all for coming. Thank you for sticking around. Join us tomorrow. 10 out of 10, today's date, but also the score for that PowerPoint. Aw. Alright, here's the raid message for everyone in chat, and also, if you are sub to us, you can also use this if you so like. Join us tomorrow for some Pokemon drawing, and yeah, I'll make a post when I play through some more VNs. But until then, depending on your time zone, I should get the raid started before I do this. Right, okay. Have a good night, have a good morning, or just have a good one. And we're gonna go in 5, 4, 3, 2, add